I'm really amazed at that. Like 12 to 15 days.
Yeah, I was behind it and I thought, yeah, it's on it. And then I saw Sven's head stick out of the. Yes. I remember the hybrid part. Yeah. Like someone else, you know. But you said you didn't, it wasn't that big of a issue, right? Get some good tires. Okay, we're a minute away, you guys. Already? She's running earlier, though. She's on her way back from the Bay Area. And we'll be here, but yeah. So. Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everybody and call to order the May 14, 2019 Truckee Town Council meeting. Judy, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Klostad.
Here.
Vice Mayor Goodman.
Here.
Mayor Tierman.
Here.
And Councilmember Pallavi.
Here.
Well, no, Jessica Abrams has contacted us and will be in a little late this evening.
All right, thank you. At this point, I'd like to ask everybody to rise and please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this point, before we get started with the rest of the agenda, we always have an opportunity for public comment regarding anything that does not appear on the agenda. So now is that moment. If anyone has public comment on anything not on the agenda, please step forward, and you'll have 3 minutes. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment and then move on to our consent calendar, as we don't have any presentations this evening. Tonight on the consent calendar, let's see, we've got 6 different items. We have item 6.1, minutes of the April 1st to April 23rd regular and closed session and the April 29, 2019 special meeting. Item 6.2, we have adoption of resolutions levying special taxes for Town of Truckee Community Facilities Districts. Resolution 2019-21 for CFD, that's Community Facilities District 2013-1, Brickletown Maintenance District. Resolution 2019-22 for CFD 2015-1, Yerger Ranch Trail Maintenance and Transit District. And Resolution 2019-23 for CFD 2017-2, Rail Yard Transit and Maintenance District. Happy to repeat that if anyone wants to hear that again. Okay. 6.3, claim for damages against the Town of Truckee. 6.4, a 3-year contract with host compliance for transient occupancy tax-related services. 6.5, defining success of 100% renewable electricity by 2020 goal. And 6.6, letter of support for the Truckee Fire Protection District funding agreement with Placer County. That is our consent calendar. Would any member of the council care to have an item pulled for further discussion?
I would like to pull item 6.5, defining success for 100% renewable electricity by 2020 goal.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tierman.
All right, we'll pull that aside. Any member of staff care to have an item pulled?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 6.1. Thank you.
Okay, 6.1. And any member of the public care to have an item pulled for further discussion? Okay, so given that, we'll set aside 6.1 and 6.2 and look for, I'm sorry, 6.1 and 6.5, thank you. And then look for a motion to approve 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, and 6.6. And just a quick note, with my vote, I will recuse from the Yerger Ranch Trail Maintenance and Transit District.
So moved.
Thank you, Morgan.
Second.
Thank you, Dave. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so consent 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, and 6.6 pass. And why don't we go to the top of the list then, 6.1, Judy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The mayor actually pointed out a substantive error in the minutes of April 23rd, page 8, noting that he was present for an item that he had recused, and that Vice Mayor Goodwin was recused and not present. So we've made those corrections and would like you to approve all the minutes with that correction.
All right. Thank you, Judy. Any questions or comments from council? Okay, any public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment and we'll bring that item back to council for a vote.
I'll move the corrected minutes.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I think we passed that one. Thank you, Judy. All right, item 6.5, the 100% renewable electricity goal by 2020. Anna?
Thank you, Mayor Chairman. First, I'd like to just thank staff for pulling together a really great group of individuals in a short time frame and coming up with what I think is a solid solution for our 2020 goal. And in addition to that, I want to thank you for putting on the seminar on Friday, which I attended for the code update. I learned a lot, and one of the things I learned is that we have a lot of solar, especially in California, and what we really need to be looking at is solving the problem of leveling out the duck curve, and I won't go into the detail about all of that, but I did want to inform my fellow council members and the public that I would like to look at, as part of this $1.5 million that we're setting aside for alternative energy, that we consider some battery storage in combination with that in order to help solve that problem. And it's not a simple, okay, we're going to do this much battery and this much solar. We really need to work with our partners at Truckee Donner PUD to help understand their specific duck curve and what we're trying to solve and level out. Because the critical thing here is when the sun sets and our solar panels are no longer generating electricity, we are turning on very dirty energy sources. And what we want to do is minimize those dirty energy sources in collaboration with our solar project. So I'm very excited about this agenda item. I'm very excited about the community solar project potential that we're going to be looking into. But I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that it's not quite so simple as let's just get some solar on our town facilities. We really need to be looking at whether or not that's actually reducing the carbon footprint of this much dirtier energy that we are using.
Thank you, Anna. Any additional comment or thoughts on that?
I don't necessarily have any additional comments. I'm agreed and think that's a good idea. Would you just recommend then changing the recommendation or changing the definition to add that, or what are you changing, at least in terms of what we're going to accomplish tonight?
I think what I wanted to make sure is that I informed you of my intentions to add that. And I think it's something that we could easily handle during the budget not negotiations, but the budget process that we have coming up on Thursday. That's when we'll probably be getting into a greater level of detail. This is laying the foundation for doing just that. If we wanted to just add solar and battery, that would be one adjustment we could make. Otherwise, I'm comfortable with defining it further during the budget process.
Okay. Which may in fact involve some negotiation. So, Morgan, any thoughts?
I mean, I guess what I hear you bringing up about is different than the recommendation that our group of expert stakeholders has come up with. They're saying that if PUD gets us 2/3 clean energy, if we add enough solar panels to cover the extra 1/3, then we have met our 100% clean goal for the town facilities. And what I hear you saying is actually different. Are you saying that's not good enough? And so I just want to clarify whether we're in alignment that this is in fact the recommendation, or whether we want to change the language that this is putting forward.
I appreciate that. I wish I would have thought more about how I would want to change the language. No, I think what they were going there to solve, or to agree upon in that 2020 goal, that this is appropriate for that. It's that 35%. We've agreed to not pursue the other options that staff had brought to the table. But that generating 35% solar to bridge that gap, to fill in the void, is not really, what I'm saying is, it's not going to reduce our carbon footprint by the most that we could do for that $1.5 million. I think there's a combination of solar and battery that could achieve a greater carbon footprint reduction.
So that's where I was going, was simply to change the definition potentially. If we pulled this off consent to say, approve $1.5 million in the 1920 budget to fund solar generation and potentially storage projects at the courtyard, just adding in
And-
3 words, or
And potentially
is that what you
is
were getting
good.
at, Morgan, or were you? Because I was doing the same thing. I was reading the recommendation to say, okay, well, I'm in agreement. That's great. Build it into the action so that we can actually talk about that during the budget session. That was just what I was suggesting, sort of in my last statement when I was saying, how do you want to change the language?
Yeah, I think changing the language to be open to additional options, that's easy. It's not committing us to anything. It's not sort of going back on the definition here. I think what I would be concerned about is making a change that says sort of what the stakeholder group came up with as a definition for, what it means to hit our goal. I heard you saying that might not be good enough. And so I just want to, let's be clear about whether or not what they have offered here as a definition is, if we did that, we would hit the goal or not. Because the clarity there is going to help us.
Again, the goal is fairly arbitrary. We're defining that goal with this definition, with this agenda item. I think in probably a little bit of the path of least resistance, or the easiest path forward. Whereas we have these other goals that are associated with this. And the primary one that I focus on is the greenhouse gas emission reductions. And that's not till 2040. So nobody's talking about it right now. But how we use this $1.5 million can greatly impact that other goal.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're just going to generate solar and add it to the system with everybody else's solar to bridge that 35% gap that the PUD doesn't currently have covered, then yeah, that's hitting a target, but missing the intention. Does that make sense?
I think I understand where you're getting at. I disagree. I think the 100% clean goal for town facilities is, I think it works. I stand behind that, and I think that what our folks have come up with here is a really valid way to approach it. And I personally would be in favor of doing this. And I'm not saying let's not discuss in the budget session how to best spend that money. Let's absolutely have that conversation. I want to find the best way to do it. But I am hesitant to sort of go back on how we meet this goal, because I think it's important to make progress and say, these are the steps that we are taking to move forward. And even though we acknowledge none of them are good enough in and of themselves, they're all forward momentum. And that's the way I want to look at, this very immediate 2020 goal. So I think it's probably a good, well, fascinating for maybe some people in the audience. I'm wondering what the kind of clear resolution is about, are we changing the language here or not? Personally, I'm good with the way it is. I'm also good with adding, and consider storage. But I think we should kind of wrap up, let's either change the language or not, and then we can have a longer conversation Thursday.
Yeah, I agree.
If I could add a few thoughts here, because I wasn't interpreting what you were saying as necessarily wanting to change the language of the goal.
No.
I think the goal is a good goal, and I think the efforts that a number of people put into putting that together are laudable. I think, and I kind of view this as sort of a prescriptive thing. What you're suggesting is really starting to get at the mechanics and sort of some of the technical aspects of storage, and we're producing renewable energy. Let's also think about how we can capture that and store it when the sun's not shining. Right. And I agree with that. I think we should be thinking about that, and I do think that's something that we could discuss during our budget meeting, as you were proposing in a couple of days.
Whether it's part of this 1.5 million or something else in the future, but that it has to be part of that discussion in order to meet that 2040 goal. Yeah,
because I think you're right. It's not just a matter of producing renewable energy. It's also thinking about how we can be efficient and reduce greenhouse gas emissions at the same time. So I for one, would be comfortable keeping the goal as defined by the working group. And then we can have a discussion on mechanics and sort of the technical aspects and budget during our budget cycle, if you guys are agreeable to that.
Yeah, makes
Sound
sense.
good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, so with that, any other thoughts or comments before we open this up to public comment?
I just want to say I appreciate you raising this. This is really important stuff, and I'm glad we're not just sort of glossing over on the easiest path on this.
Yep, agreed. Okay, well, we'll open this for public comment. And Susie, we know your name, but please state your name.
Hi, it's Susie Tarnay. Long time no see. It's fairly minor, but I do want to say that currently right now the TDPUD is at 62% carbon-free resources. So with this 35%, we're going for 97% renewables, not 100%. I also spoke with Stephen Poncelet about the duck curve today, which was delightful, and he knew exactly what that was. So I'm concerned a little bit that we're just going just under the mark. There is the TCID contract that is expiring at 2020, I believe. Hopefully that will be renewed. Hopefully there's other things coming in. I would like to keep in mind that there is a chance that some of these may not be renewed, and then we would drop under. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Susie.
Hi, Krista Finn here. To just add, there's also a chance we could go over. Like the PUD, we are continuing to work for this goal as well. And we are adding solar to our mix. If all goes well, we will, of course, renew our hydro contract. We're looking at all of the things that are out there. And there are a lot, and it is a big jigsaw puzzle. But rest assured that the PUD is, in fact, focused on attaining this goal, perhaps not in time for 2020, but as soon as we can. So it is possible that we will be filling in those gaps on our side as well. So thanks.
All right. Thank you, Krista. Any other public comment? All right. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and I guess bring this back to council for any remaining thoughts. I did want to say that the word approximately 35% is in there, so that does, I think, give us a little bit of flexibility. So, but appreciate your comments. Thank you. So with that, entertain a motion to approve item 6.5.
I move that we approve item 6.5, defining success of 100% renewable electricity by 2020 goal.
Thank you, Anno.
Second.
Thank you, Morgan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries. Thank you again. And I think with that, we have completed the regular council business, and we're going to now adjourn for 10 minutes to get time to set up for our workshop. So this is a joint Town Council Planning Commission workshop that's going to take place out here in the U-shape arrangement. So with that, 10-minute break. Thank you.
It keeps, apparently the forecast gets wetter and wetter every day.
Perfect. We need to turn off our mics.
Point right now.
Yeah, I was on my little bike, my big bike. You're not allowed to talk. No, I mean, I could speculate. I think it's just going to be more around.
15 What is it?
There's the first to do everything, right? Go down to try to integrate it.
Yeah, we could talk.
Literally not.
Say the least. Not good.
You with your blazer.
It's the uniform. What do we have to do? Do we have to push a button?
No, you'll leave those on.
Just leave them on. Okay.
Yeah, little reminder for this. These flat mics are multi-directional. They're not like the in the directional mic. So they're going to pick up conversation, and they're going to pick up side conversation. So be aware, it'll be really difficult for the public to understand if there's multiple discussions going on at one time.
Okay, with that, we're ready to start the Joint Town Council Planning Commission workshop, and we will start with a roll call, please.
Commissioner Riley?
Here.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Here.
Chair Zabriskie?
Here.
Vice Chair Goodman?
Here.
And Commissioner Tornay?
Here.
Councilmember Klostak?
Here.
Commissioner Hall?
Here.
Mayor Tierman?
Here.
And I'm noting Jessica Abrams is still not in attendance, and Dave Gove will be absent this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judy. I think with that, we are ready to start item 7.1, the housing element update. And I'm looking around for Danielle.
I'm behind you.
She's behind me.
Right behind you.
I might be able to see her on the screen up there. I don't know, but no, I don't. Okay, so Danielle, you're gonna lead us off.
So that you can hear me on these mics a little bit better than if I was using the handheld mic. So it'll be a little bit more like a staff report, but I think it'll be helpful. So thanks everyone for coming, and we are doing this workshop format for the housing element update tonight. And what I thought I would do is go over kind of our game plan for tonight, because it's helpful to understand how this will function. So I'll provide some background, and then really the role for the council and the commission is to talk about some key questions that we've asked within the staff report, but really for discussion purposes, and to provide some feedback to staff as we're working through the housing element. We will have opportunity for public comment. We're actually going to have several opportunities for that. And what I've done in the presentation is put some cues in there so that we know when public comment's coming. And Mayor Tierman's going to run that portion of the workshop so that you'll have plenty of times to provide public comment. And then we're going to spend some time talking about next steps, what happens after this workshop. A little bit about what we're here to do and not do. This is really about feedback for the staff as we're working through the housing element, but it's not tonight an opportunity for the council or commission to take any action. So they're going to have a lot of discussion. They may not come to consensus. There's going to be public comment, but these are all things for the staff to take into consideration for that public review draft that we're going to produce. So talking a little bit about background, housing's been obviously on the community's mind for quite some time. And although on the screen here I talk about some of the actions that we've done over the last few years, housing has been important for the community for a long time. Obviously, we value land use. That's one of the reasons we incorporated. So we do take into consideration how housing integrates with our land uses that we do, the jobs housing balance that the community has, and how we're looking to grow in the future. As part of that, the council decided it was time for us to take on a general plan update, so we did initiate that in 2018, and at the same time, we're also updating our housing element. So that's sort of one component of the general plan update, but it has its own time frame. So the state cares more so about housing elements than the rest of your general plan. They provide guidelines about when you should update your general plan, and you have to have one. But really the only element that they really have concern about is the housing element itself, and that's because the state has some very aggressive objectives about housing to try and meet the needs of all the citizens within the state. We used to be on a 5-year cycle for that. So every 5 years, we'd be preparing a new housing element, submitting that to the state. And with this cycle that we're in, we're moving to 8 years. So that's a kind of an important time frame for us to keep in mind. Our current housing element is expiring this year, so that's why we're working on doing this update. Looking at sort of the work program and things that we've done over the last few years, we've done lots of workshops. How many people in the audience have gone to some workshop or another about housing? And how many of you have either heard of, participated, or been active in Mountain Housing Council activities? How many of you have had, do have, or know someone who has a housing issue? Maybe they don't have housing, they need housing. See? This is good timing then. It's obviously really important for us to talk about, and it's an interesting dialogue we'll have tonight about where housing fits within the general plan update. Some of the other things that we've worked on are projects. We've had the Artist Lofts, Coburn, Coldstream. Those are some of the more recent ones. The Coburn project is the one that you see under construction close to Interstate 80, and that has 138 units. And our understanding is that they're supposed to be available starting in fall. So if anyone has any questions about that project, you can find me at the break, and I can give you some contact information for that. But overall, I think, the purpose of kind of talking about our past actions is to show that it is a community priority. There are many facets to working on housing, and although the housing element itself is one component, it's not the solution. So we're going to talk about the housing element tonight. We're going to talk about some policies. We're going to talk about kind of, what happens when you update a housing element. But again, there are other actions that contribute to creating housing within the community, and this is just a small piece. So where are we at as far as our timing for this? The state didn't do us any favors by waiting to tell us how much housing we should be planning for until late in the game. Most other cities were given sort of their numbers of housing units that they needed to meet about 18 months before they needed to adopt their housing element. We got ours about 10 months ahead of time, so that put us a little bit behind and in a faster time frame than we ideally would have liked, but here we are. It's something that we're working through, and we're trying to get this done quickly because we don't want to have our housing element out of compliance. You put yourself at risk when you're out of compliance for any type of grant applications through the state that you'd like to apply for. So if we wanted to, say, go after certain Caltrans grants, there's usually a box in the application that you have to check that says, is your housing element in compliance? We want to be able to check that box. We want to be able to go after those additional funds. And we also want to be a leader within the state to show that we are planning for our community and making sure that we're addressing all of the needs of every community member that we have. To be able to meet this expedited time frame that the state gave us, we did bring in more help. So we brought on our general plan consultant to help us. So they're both working on the general plan, and they're also very focused working on the housing element with us, which is helpful because we have a rough draft of that we're kind of working through right now that we wouldn't have been able to do without their additional support. So that's helpful. We talked to our General Plan Advisory Committee, so that's GPAC. They looked at some of the housing topics in April. They asked to look at it again in May. Today we're in the green bubble. We're talking about the workshop topics tonight. And then June, we're going to be talking about the full draft with the commission. And then I say July with kind of a star there, but the reality is it may be August before the council gets the final draft, and just it kind of depends on when we submit to the state for their 60-day review period, which is a mandatory review period that they have. And I've been told they will take the entire 60 days before they give us feedback about what's in the housing element, so we have to keep that in mind. Our goal, though, is for the GPAC to be able to look at that public review draft at their May meeting, so the timing of that works out well so that they'll be able to go through some of the updated policies, some of the new policies. It integrates the feedback from tonight's workshop, and then all of that can hopefully get packaged for the Planning Commission to make their recommendation to council for council's action. So that gives you sort of the expedited time frame. We are still working on the general plan update also in parallel with this. So there are a lot of different processes going on at the same time. We're also still processing land use applications. One of the things we'll talk about tonight are applications that include requests to rezone properties, most of them to increase residential densities. So there are many layers of things that the planning department's working on concurrent. Those are some of them. Getting a little more into the details of the housing element, so I did explain, it's a requirement by the state that we have a housing element that we update every 5 years, but ultimately, why would you prepare a housing element if the state wasn't telling you to do that? And primarily because you want to address your community's needs, and if you don't do that at a focused level, you don't have a great understanding of what your community needs are. And that includes everything from the types of housing that are needed, the affordability of the housing that's needed, and sort of the quality. Some cities are already built out, and so they're looking at how to rehab housing. We still have kind of a mix. We have not enough of certain types. We have some older housing types that need to be updated. We don't have all the income levels within the community addressed, and so those are things that you start to look at when you're doing your housing element. You also want to look at what land you have available, because if part of this requirement is to kind of do that assessment and figure out, do you have land adequately zoned to even get a development project to come in and build something, if you're missing, what does that look like? And it's kind of all your vacant land, it's your underutilized land. And that gets looked at from the state's perspective at a regional level. That's why when they give us our housing allocations with our housing element updates, they're looking at that from a regional perspective of, you all have to work together and kind of provide housing. It's not just one person's responsibility, one jurisdiction's responsibility. Within that, you're also looking at goals and policies to guide how the decision-making works, so that if there are priorities within housing, we're sure to go back and look at those when projects come in. If we have criteria about inclusionary, we have criteria about workforce, housing, those get set up within the housing element and then eventually make it into our zoning ordinance, or what we call our development code, so that we have that available for us to use as a tool when projects come in and we were able to review them. And then also programs. So sort of what are those future action items that we need to be working on? Because once a housing element is adopted, you don't just put it on the shelf and that's done. The state requires that we go back every year, we do an assessment of it, and then we're providing that information to the council, the community, and we're also checking in to see how well we're meeting those objectives, those policies that we've established. So there are many things within a housing element that are important for us to do. From a land use perspective, they're all kind of integrated. We're looking at where it makes sense to put the housing, what land we have available, what type of housing makes sense, what densities, all those things. More specifically about our regional housing needs allocation. So this is what I was talking about when the state says we have a regional obligation. They go through and they do an assessment with your housing cycle of what that number is. And for us, it's 755 units, which sounds like a lot of units, but it's over an 8-year time frame. If we were part of the county, they also have allocation. I think it was 3,500-ish for all of Nevada County that gets divided out. And the benefit, though, is the state at least allows us to kind of look at how we want to address those needs. But really their goal is to make sure that we collectively, every jurisdiction within the state, is increasing supply, that we're creating greater diversity, that we're looking at if we've got disproportionate incomes in sort of one segment of the community. We're looking at our jobs housing balance. Are we creating jobs that are adequate to provide enough money for people to afford the housing that we're ultimately building? And how are we doing that? Is it infill? What are we looking at from an environmental perspective? The state ideally would like things to be efficient, which is sort of a generic term, but obviously putting housing next to transit, providing walkability, those are all things that align with other Truckee goals, other general plan goals that we have. They just also happen to be one of the criteria that the state has for our allocation. So the good news is that based on the work that we've done so far, we're ahead of the game. So we don't actually have to include any new properties for rezoning within this housing element that we hope to have adopted by August. That means also that it's going to look a little bit different than our previous housing elements, where in previous housing elements we had what we called candidate sites. So those are ones where we told the state, yes, we understand we haven't met all of our RHNA numbers, our regional housing needs allocation numbers. So therefore, we're going to identify the sites where we can get adequate zoning on it so that we would in the future be able to accommodate the density to get to that number, that target that the state has set for us. This is a different cycle because of the efforts of approving projects, because of the work that had been done with the rail yard, Jogger Ranch, Coldstream, all these projects together, that we've actually already met the need that we have for the next 8 years. Now, that's based on the state's definition. That doesn't mean that there is an opportunity for the town to decide that we want to add additional rezoning because we want to accommodate housing in different locations. We want to reassess what's happening within the community. That's just based on strictly what the state's requirements are. But it is a little bit interesting discussion point, because if we've already in theory established all this land that's zoned for housing and the housing hasn't come on board yet, do we need to look at that more closely if we're going to rezone properties? I mean, that's just a discussion that typically you would have as part of a general plan update, but it's something that we could talk about tonight too. I created this slide because I thought it was helpful to kind of show the candidate site definition versus what's in the housing element. And I think part of that is because we had several public comments that were submitted, and there seemed to be some confusion about, well, gee, we have all these requests in right now to change zoning on different properties, and how does that actually work? Well, your housing element, because it's a policy document, doesn't actually create the rezoning itself. It establishes a program, most typically, where you would say, we'd like to go ahead and redo this. And then once the housing element is adopted, we're taking a separate action to do that. Because we've already met our RENA numbers for this cycle, there is an opportunity, and one of the things that the staff has looked at is to try and balance the interest by different property owners and developers to do that by adding a separate policy where we say, yeah, we've met our RENA numbers, but we'd also like to look at these other candidate sites before we adopt the general plan because we think that's important. We think that will help further opportunities for housing within the community. It's not a candidate site, though. So that's why I want to make the distinction is that we've had requests of why can't I participate and have my property included in the housing element. And I think it's helpful to kind of understand that as they're a little bit different in that the housing element really is that policy where you kind of say, we're dealing with it from a kind of RENA number, we're dealing with it from a policy perspective, and then there's a future action where we're doing the more mundane work that the staff does, where we go through and create the ordinances and actually rezone the properties themselves. Some interesting things to note about when you do include candidate sites, though, is the state kind of tags that with some very specific criteria that you have to allow for rental and owner-occupied units both, and that's considered by right. By right, by the state's definition, means that you really can't require any kind of discretionary approval process. You can do some design review, but that's about the extent of it. So if we're creating candidate sites within our general plan, within our housing element portion of the general plan, then we're saying, yes, we are wholeheartedly going to do this, and it's going to be at the density that we've allotted within that candidate site. The state requires that that be a minimum of 15 dwelling units per acre, and then there's some criteria about affordability. So the VL is for very low and the L is for low. So 50% of the units that you're doing on site have to meet that criteria. And they also want to see sites that are big enough to allow for at least 16 housing units, so it's not meant for kind of smaller parcels that wouldn't allow for some density.
So is this across the board? The sites that are up for discussion tonight would be held to this standard?
We're not recommending including any candidate sites. So no. If you were to look back at our current housing element, these are technically the criteria that the state has already given us for those sites that are in there. And so a good example would be Frischman 2. So if we decided to move forward with a rezoning Frischman 2, this is the criteria that they would be subject to. That is something that the Commission and Council could discuss tonight, but one of our challenges is timing of if we try to include candidate sites, even though it's not a requirement by the state, then we're going to add these criteria in where we don't necessarily know yet if they would be workable for those properties because we haven't done that site-specific work.
Okay, thank you.
So I talked about this a little bit, but ultimately the question that we'll kind of focus on in big picture here is what do we want to do with this housing element? We think right now what we are proposing is kind of taking out the policies that are no longer applicable. We're kind of bringing it up to speed so that it's consistent with the state's criteria. We've made a series of recommendations, and those are the questions that we'll be going through later to kind of add some new policies in there. Those would be future actions. Similar approach to what we are looking at with the Arts Master Plan, where we've kind of said, these are things we want to do. We don't have time to do them right now. We wouldn't, but we would like to get to those. So let's make sure that those are clear in the housing element. And then ultimately, if we want to continue this House Truckee First process and we want to put housing at the forefront of the general plan update, and we want to bring in property owners and developers that have expressed interest in doing the rezones, can we move that to the staff's sort of front of our workload priority list and facilitate that? So one of the things that's also available to us is the SB2 grant funds. So that's money that the state is collecting on real estate transactions and making available for jurisdictions to use for things that further remove barriers and ensure that housing can be constructed. And rezoning properties is one of those topics that would qualify. It's up to $160,000 that the town would be eligible for. We have Joanne Anders, our grants administrator, helping us with the application for that, and we expect to submit that in June. It's about a 2-month review process from the state before we would know if we get that money, but so long as they're good with our work program, then it seems like it's a pretty easy process and a given for us to be able to get that funding. So that's money that we could use to be able to work on these rezones. We're not sure we could get all of them done that we've done as a preliminary list, but we do think that it would be a substantial amount of money to hire a consultant to help us do both the environmental review and some of the more technical work that's required as part of that to do the rezonings themselves. So we've put this forward as sort of an approach for the council and commission to discuss tonight, because there's obviously a lot of different moving parts to this. That we've got the general plan going on, we've got the housing element going on, we're processing applications that include rezoning, and where do we want to land with that? How does that factor into this housing element timeframe? Jeff's going to add on to this presentation with a few other slides, and I may circle back depending on what he says.
Thanks, Danielle. Yeah, I wanted to just provide just a couple of town manager perspectives, I guess, on this whole subject of housing, and then and then a little bit on the subject of kind of capacity to continue to do more housing processes. And the first one really is, I think, to think about it. We can kind of criticize ourselves and beat ourselves up that we need to do more and more housing, and of course we need to do more and more thought about housing. But I think we want to reflect on what has been done. And as we did that, some of the numbers are actually pretty impressive. So if you look up at this one, sorry for the small print, but we just did a very rough, quick calculation that the market has produced about 1,200 units, most of them single family standalone, although not all of them, in 12 years. The year or so pre-recession, and then the recession, and then the years coming out of the recession up to today. About 1,200, about 100 a year is fairly typical for us. And either built or approved in that same time frame is 400 workforce or affordable units, which is a third, which is a pretty amazing statistic when you consider our inclusionary requirement is only 15%. And I think it underscores a couple of things. One, that the housing element doesn't produce housing. A lot of other people, energy, money, ordinances, time, effort, developers, town, nonprofits produce actual housing. And that's a pretty impressive statistic, I think, for any community, and we should take a little credit for that as we think about it. And that includes what's been built, Hennessy, Frischman, scattering of workforce units that have been built as commercial projects come online, the Coburn, which is under construction, 138 units of workforce, and then the Artist Lofts and Coldstream, which are fully approved and ready to go and ready to pull a building permit once the infrastructure and their financing's in place. So I think those are good things to keep in mind. I'm not trying to suggest we rest on our laurels by any means, but I think we need to just recognize that the efforts collectively of all the town over the last decade plus have done something. Second slide, please. And then this just underscores some of the town subsidy, cash or infrastructure or programmatic dollars or land, variety of things that the town council over the years has put forward to make some of those things happen. $2 million for Coburn, $1.65 for Artists. There's $2 million set aside in the budget this year, which we'll see what happens on Thursday with that, but there's $2 million set aside for additional housing programming or projects. We're talking about a housing coordinator in this budget, which costs real money, both salary and benefits. Mountain Housing Council, which we're one of the primary funders and also one of the primary staffers of. The Frischman site option, which you did a special meeting, council did a special meeting recently to put together, and a couple of other things. So you can see that it does take those kinds of public endeavors to make these kind of projects that are below market projects, the very low, the low, extremely low, the very low, the low, the moderate, and even the missing middle happen.
Jeff, the Coburn is more than $2 million, right?
The town's portion, I believe, is $2 million, but the roundabout is more. You're right. You're right.
More than $2 million.
Yeah, that's true. And actually, the Artist Lofts, if you really want to dig in, is quite a bit more than 1.65 if you assume they have to be actual roads and sidewalks and curbs and gutters to have an Artist Lofts, but 1.65 cash. So I went with the easy stuff. But thank you. Next slide. So I think the point's well taken. And again, I don't want to say rest on our laurels, but I do want to acknowledge that a lot of the programs, ordinances, processes, ways we're thinking about CIP projects and stuff is beginning to and has been showing some success. A second point I want to make, though, and this one maybe isn't quite as happy and Pollyanna-ish and more on the cautionary side, is I think what some of us, certainly at the staff, I think some community members, I suspect planning commissions or council members are starting to recognize is what I'll call process fatigue. Is we are involved in an awful lot of very interesting, robust public processes all at once. Most of them, or many of them, have to do with planning and involve planning staff and planning consultants, but they also involve engineering, they involve finance, they involve virtually everyone kind of throughout town hall. And I just listed them up here, and I'm not going to bore everyone, but it includes all the stuff going on with the general plan, the GPAC process itself, which has now spun into at least two subcommittees, and there's been a move to have more subcommittees, and each one of those subcommittees is a process which requires staff time and consultant dollars, and it's all good, but at some point we have to recognize that there isn't enough capacity to do all of those things in a high quality way, and we start to fray around the edges on quality, and I think that's something we want to be very careful of. And also the idea of community and decision maker fatigue. There's only so many processes that a community member can attend and be part of and read the background material and be coherent. I think as we think through where we're headed and the things we add or don't add, we just want to be cognizant of that. I'm not going to make any recommendations tonight. If we get there at the end of this workshop, I might suggest maybe in May 28th we might have some suggestions for how we can try to hold the line a little bit, but I'm not prepared to do that tonight. But I did want to point out that what Danielle is talking about is adding another process. And we are highly supportive of that because we think it might be one of the better ways to achieve housing quickly, but it is another process. So this SB2, you think, well, gee, it's free state money, $160,000. It's great. Let's just hand it over to someone and things will happen. Well, of course, we know that's not what happens. What happens is first you have to do an RFP. That takes a while. Then you have to find a consultant. Then you have to manage that consultant. Then the staff is involved equally with the consultant. And then there's a public process that goes along with that. So not to belabor the point, but I think we are proposing tonight as part of the, we're not going to take a vote on it, but we are proposing this notion of going after this SB2 money. We think it's absolutely the right thing to do, and the money's there for us to take. At the same time, it creates another process. And it's an important one, and it's one I think we're very supportive of, but I think we need to just think about what that may have implications for other timeframes and other processes that are going on. So just a little perspective, trying to look out for everybody at this point, including staff resources and capacity.
Now you get to add community solar project to that list, too.
Right. There's probably a few I forgot to. The slide ran out of room. But
well, just approved.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
And we haven't submitted the SB2 application yet. Like I said, we're planning on doing that in June. And some of that is to get a feel for the discussion tonight, too, that, excuse me, if there's not sort of strong support for trying this approach, then we can still apply for that money and use it for the general plan update. Yep. So we would still be saying we'd be modifying our general plan to make more housing opportunities available. It just wouldn't be specific to the rezone actions right then. So the money would still be available. It just would be repurposed for something else within the greater general plan update. And then the other thing, too, I want to call attention to is that we did get 5 public comments that were submitted, so I don't think I identified those. The Contractors Association, Sean Whalen, who has the residences at Jaboom, Heather Lahart, Rick Lee, and Ruth Hall. A variety of different public comments. So you've received all of those, everything from the timing isn't very clear, we'd like to not have our projects held up, to expedite housing as fast as you can, to let's look at community character and talk about this as part of the general plan update. So there wasn't any consensus. Again, I think that's kind of indicative of community perspective that we've heard, where there's just a lot of ideas about housing out there in the community, and I think you're getting that in the public comment.
I just wanted to point out the photo here is we've run out of conference rooms for all these processes, so we're proposing a new one, and I just want to give you a heads up. That's the picture of us having a lunch meeting. No, kidding. So I think at this point, what we want to do is take a kind of a stop point, right?
Yeah.
And entertain council commission, just kind of questions, conversation, ideas about this sort of prelim stuff before we get into the actual four with A, B, C, D, et cetera, questions. I said, so we'll turn it over to the mayor to kind of run that part, and then I think we'll probably have some public comment on this. But I just want to suggest one thing to the public. We're going to have public comment 4 more times on specific topics like inclusionary and rezones, and so you may want to hold your comment for that point.
When you see that little marker, that means that that's a topic when you can take public comments. I try to make that as a visual cue for everyone.
So let's maybe back up. Yeah, there's the cues, but maybe back up one slide. Yeah, that's a horrible slide to stay on, but maybe that's good.
There.
Yeah, anyway. But the comment questions is on the first introductory part.
Okay, thank you, Jeff and Danielle. So I guess at this point, any sort of clarifying questions from our joint working group here for staff before we launch into the first sort of substantive question of the evening, right?
Do you want to
Talk about
comment on this first part? Or?
That's what I'm asking. If anyone has any questions or.
Right, I'm thinking of
I have one question too.
Well, first, and then we'll open it up to public comment.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I should have tried to get these ahead of time, but how much have we actually collected in inclusionary and workforce? Or how much is sitting in the in lieu fee bank maybe is a better question, or can we quantify any types of dollars or anything?
Kim, do you recall that one? I thought there's about, I want to say $500,000 that is uncommitted. Most of the money that is sitting in the housing in lieu fund specifically is committed dollars, like the Artist Lofts dollars or that fund. We have a number of different funds. The housing in lieu fund is dedicated, have to use it for housing because it comes from the housing fees. We've also used a lot of general fund dollars, like the Coburn is all general fund dollars. So, but I think in the housing in lieu, there's $400,000 to $500,000 left, which is not a great deal when you're talking project dollars. But I believe that's correct. Kim went off to check.
what part of that's you mentioned 2 million in one of the slides. There's 2 million in funds.
That's all general. That's
okay.
general fund.
Okay.
Yeah, that was for Coburn. It actually is more than 2 million. That's all general fund. It was dedicated by council over 2 years' time, or maybe even 3 years' time.
Well, Coburn, and then the proposed budget has another 2 million that is, as yet, we don't know what it's going to go to. It's available.
Okay.
Maybe just a big picture observation, but I think it is important to call out the housing element, make sure I get this right, is the state's requirement that we are adequately addressing sort of low and very low income housing opportunity sites. And I think that the housing conversations that we've been having are broader than that in many ways. Like, we are looking at how we provide for moderate and missing middle income. And I think it's just something I want us all to consider is how do we be clear that the housing element, like, is the housing element actually where we address the making sure that we have enough missing middle opportunity sites and how we get that built? Or is that not the housing element?
Let me take a quick try at that. So, from my perspective, the housing element is it does require us to go very low, all the way to moderate. Actually, it does include anything they call submarket, under 120% of AMI, and that's how your numbers are specified. The housing element, though, also requires a lot of other things. We tend to focus on the zoning question because it tends to be the one that the state looks the hardest at, and when people get not certified or not in compliance, it's almost always a result of that. But they actually have a whole bunch of requirements. So the analysis that you do, you have to look at special needs populations, disabled populations, and all of that. So the housing element actually has a bunch of requirements that no other element has. It primarily ends up focusing on those, moderate and below. The way I look at it, I've been involved in housing elements for, sadly, a long time, and it is something you absolutely want to be certified and in compliance. It does not necessarily produce all the housing you want to make a great community. It kind of does its piece, and it's a policy level piece, and so that's why I always keep reinforcing the ordinances that get things done, like inclusionary, and the dollars that get spent. The housing element doesn't tell us to do that. They think it's great. I mean, HCD would look favorably on spending large sums of money to help affordable housing, but the housing element itself doesn't specify that kind of thing. So if the way we're looking at it, the town of Truckee has a lot of housing needs, and they go way beyond the housing element.
Well, and we could look at the land use element or the economic development element or community character. I mean, there's so many other facets that one of the things we're looking at with the general plan update is how to sort of use symbols to identify important themes that would be integrated throughout every element so that it's not just in one. And this could be one of those topics where we say, yeah, we want to make sure we're addressing this, missing middle, this issue that we have in the community, but it's kind of bigger than just the housing element. So there's an opportunity for that.
Well, I think to be clear, the expectation or the requirements of the RHNA go through all the income levels, from the very low, the moderate, and the above moderate.
Yeah, even market, it's true.
Right, so we should touch on all of those. I mean, in theory, it's not just very low and low. I mean, it includes it all. So I think that's important to keep in mind.
I have a question, and it's in the existing conditions report, it says 1/2 of the town's area is zoned residential, and then 95% of the residentially zoned land is zoned for single-family residences. And the way anyway, yeah, on page 3-35, it says that, and I just want to get some clarification, because I don't think it's certainly not meaning that 95% of residentially zoned land is exclusively single family. So what does it mean?
Let us look that up. Yumi's going to pull it up on her screen so we can see what the wording is for that, because we didn't have that in front of us.
Because it kind of gets into zoning questions if we're slanted that far towards single family just on an area basis.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good question, because you would typically look in a general plan update, you would do that site assessment for all of your land inventory, and that's something that our consultants have started to work on, but we don't have that complete. And then the next layer of that is, do you want to also do a market analysis to kind of understand how much you need of each land use? And we've heard things like, well, we don't have enough industrial land, or we have lots of single family, but we don't have a lot of multifamily. So those are things that you would typically look at. That's one of the reasons why we didn't suggest including specific sites within this housing element, because we haven't kind of talked about that as a community. We haven't looked at that in detail, and our consultants haven't given us feedback on that yet.
But there's no question, though, excuse me, there's no question, broadly speaking, we have vastly more single-family, low-density development, both opportunity, vacant sites, and zoned land and buildings than anything else. I thought it was more 84-15, not 95-5, but
84% of the housing units are single-family
right,
homes.
but so that it's absolutely skewed in a direction of lower density, single-family type development or development opportunity.
The reason I asked about land area, so I can get a sense of where we'd be heading in terms of zoning. I mean, if 95% of the residentially zoned land were zoned exclusively for single family, which can't be right, but if it were the case, I'd want to look a lot more closely at rezoning.
We should consider that Tahoe Donner used to be the largest subdivision in North America at one point, and that's basically all single-family homes. It seems like that may have been the past land use pattern and zoning, but really hasn't been the future.
Let me just ask it this way. Isn't most of the residential zoning based on density? And then it's just what follows from that?
All residential zoning does have some density associated with it.
But then some also will go on to say, and exclusively single family?
The majority.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Thanks.
the challenges with when you do your land use designations on your land use map in the general plan. That's what we're talking about. The densities are identified, but they're spread across, multiple areas within the community. So you may have, single areas that are predominantly single family, even though the range says,
because of
1
zoning.
to 3 units. Yeah, well, it's from the land use designation in the general plan.
And the zoning, yeah.
Yeah, and part of that is to capture the existing patterns.
maybe just follow up on that. So some of us might have seen the headline that the city of Minneapolis now allows up to triplexes on any single-family lot. Is that a housing element conversation, or is that a land, like, is that a conversation that we should be putting on tonight? if we want to entertain something like that?
Yeah, my suggestion is it's both. It is question number 2C on your about to hit it. We're talking duplexes. We're starting small, smaller. It obviously, though, it does bring up. It is both. In the housing element, you typically say you'd have a policy that say explore this, study that, decide whether you want to do this in certain areas or across town. And then typically in a general plan update or a rezoning process or something, you'd then effectuate that either everywhere or in certain areas. But obviously there's a potential pushback there. If I'm in a single family neighborhood and have been for many years and all of a sudden people around me can build a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't expect, that's a conversation that you have typically through a planning process of some sort. But it's absolutely the time to talk about it.
Through the general plan process.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Make a quick comment.
Yeah, sure.
So just one quick comment as we sort of also listen to the public and go down through some of these questions. And that was just sort of as I read through here, it seems like we're going to answer a lot of questions tonight. We're going to keep moving this forward in a couple of different ways. But it did sort of strike me that some of these things we talk about sort of pushing off a little bit to post-housing element and continuing the discussion. And I would love for us all, as we think about all of this and sort of deliberate on all of this tonight, I think there are some potentially easier things that maybe we can get done that could be part of the policy document now. Depends on obviously how the conversation goes, but I would like to see us potentially take a little bit more action in this housing element and not quite put so much stuff off. It seems like a lot of these things we were, as far as I was reading, was this is what we'll do kind of next year and the year after. And I think we just have a good opportunity in front of us now that we should capitalize on if we seem to have, consistent thought processes along some of these lines. So just kind of wanted to put that out there as we move forward with some of these questions and
if I
let
just
that simmer.
Comment, I think that's great. And as we go through this, let us know which of those you think are things we can move. So many of them, though, do require at least some follow-on. It doesn't have to be multiple years in the future, but even if you say something like, hire a person, well, it's not instant, or change ordinance X or create ordinance Y, but it can happen pretty quickly afterwards. It doesn't have to be a lengthy, year process or something.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's a question at the end, which is sort of an overarching question about how much we put into the housing element update, and then whether we switch immediately into the general plan update, focusing on housing. And I don't know if I'm echoing what Dave just said, but I do want to entertain that idea of trying to front load as much as we can, do as much as we can as we're addressing that housing element for the next 8 years, and then try to implement it while we're working on other aspects of the general plan update, especially if that provides some modicum of relief for the staff that's working on housing, which is the impression I get. If we do the housing element now and then switch in and do the housing element for the general plan update, that takes planning people away from processing pending applications because they're busy working on a general plan update. That comes at the end of the discussion. I'm just saying that's sort of, I'm giving you a preview. All right.
It's question 3 and 4.
Okay. All right. I'm fine starting at 1.
I just, maybe before we open this up, I just wanted to touch on real quickly the very compressed timeline that we are currently under to meet a state mandate. And it seems like there has been some concern that we risk maybe missing something or thinking about things differently after we meet this mandate and get our housing element in. can we just, touch on that again, the sort of recourse and options that we have to go back and revisit things, whether they're zoning or other things, once that housing element has been submitted to the state?
Yeah, I mean, generally the state's not hoping that you'll make really substantial changes once it's in their review period. So we could do some tweaks probably, but not a whole lot of new policies or different policies than what we submit to them for their 60-day review period. But I think the bigger point is that if something is really important, we should be capturing that with the larger general plan update process and recognition that we will go back in and change the housing element so that we meet the state's deadline, but then we're still working to make it the housing element that we want. Right. So it's a little bit like we've done in the past where we've kind of had to do some stuff to meet the state's requirements, but we want to do it right, so we've agreed we'll go back and look at things.
Okay.
So I think it's the same process.
So it's not necessarily like the train is leaving the station in June and we can't, get it back.
Right.
Another train coming.
Okay, all right.
I mean, a very good example of that is suppose you wanted to do some rezoning of commercial or business-type properties. That's really a general plan question because it invokes the question of how much business land do we need? And that will be a general plan question. You might say, well, some of that maybe could be housing. Great question. You probably don't want to answer that now before we've even done a land use plan or land use alternative for the GPAC and the Commission and Council to look at.
And just for some timing background too, so our consultants are going to be releasing an opportunities, issues, and constraints report, which takes a lot of the public comment that we've gotten to date, compiles it, and kind of that would be the platform for us to figure out what policies and things we're going to be looking at with the rest of the general plan update. But they're also going to start working on the land use alternatives. So that is the site assessment. That is kind of looking at what we have as far as acreage for the different land uses within the community. And then we can decide at that point too, what do we want to do with that? But I think we're hoping that that could match up if the direction tonight is to pursue the SB2 path. Then we should get some of that data work out of the consultant already to be able to use to talk about if we decide we want to look at other rezonings.
Okay. All right, unless there are any other questions or comments, we'll open this up to public comment. And if you could, go ahead, state your name. I think we still have the three.
Mayor Chairman, maybe one question I would ask, just because of the nature of this one, you might want to ask who wants to make comment. How many on this? Because I was thinking we could handle question one fairly quickly and then break there as well. I mean, it's good. Well, I just want to make sure that people don't feel they have to come up, 4 times.
Okay, fair enough. So, Christy, did you want to still go ahead? So we're taking public comment on sort of this initial introductory presentation, and then we'll be getting to question number 1. So up to you and anyone else.
I have to leave in 10 minutes, so, and that is the one I came here to talk about.
Okay.
So I'm just going to come up now.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So if you go ahead, state your name, and I think, are we doing the 3-minute? Yeah, I guess we are.
Okay, no problem.
Because we do have a number
Christy
of folks.
Thompson. I'm a principal architect at MWA, and I'm also the chairwoman of the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe's Affordable Workforce Housing Solutions Committee. I just have a few words to share with the new members of council and commission about my experience helping developers comply with the affordable housing requirements in the workforce and inclusionary housing ordinances. Number 1, the text is complicated to read and understand, especially when we get into ratios of the individual levels of ownership units or rental units in the inclusionary ordinance. If we want to help developers create affordable housing, the town needs to help the developers. At the end of the day, time is money, and delay due to misunderstandings add cost to a project. Number 2, the cost of building housing is very expensive in Truckee, and adding multiple subsidized units onto a project that's already having difficulty to try to make a profit, even without the housing requirement, has scared away some developers or made others totally rethink their design and price of the end product. I don't want to see these developers walk away. They are generating jobs for our industry, but more importantly today, They can provide housing if the costs can be offset. Please put more emphasis on the ways the town can assist developers. And number 3, finally, the alternative equivalents for both inclusionary and workforce housing, as shown on page 13 of the GPAC briefing memo, are subject to additional review and justification by the town when proposed. Maybe we could consider making the alternative equivalents more easily available or allowed by the town, more like a menu where any of these alternative methods, plus the preferences of constructing units on-site or off-site, will satisfy the requirement. This way, the selected method can be the one that best fits each project. That's it from me. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Christy. Appreciate it. So any other comment before we launch into our first question? Okay. So Danielle or Jeff? Whoever.
I wasn't going to provide a lot of context other than our staff response was yes, we should continue the inclusionary housing and workforce housing. I think the question for council and commission is, do you think it's functioning? Should we continue it in the form that it's in? Or would you want to see any changes to that?
And I will say that in the, as you move further in the draft housing element or the policy, the suggestion would be to put some sort of a policy that says, consider the notion of achievable housing as we move forward and take a look, but not to literally embed it at this point. Because right now, achievable housing, while a Mountain Housing Council definition, is not a Truckee definition in the ordinance, and we don't feel we're ready, and that would take considerable conversation to decide that made sense to do some adding or substituting or changing. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking, okay. Kind of made sense. Said any changes, so sorry, Joe.
Yeah.
I combined 1 and 2. My bad.
It's okay if you
I'll jump in. I think we should continue it, but I also like the idea of having a menu. Some of the things that we talked about at GPAC were being able to work with existing homeowners to build a second unit on a residence to work towards some infill versus finding a new site to build more housing. So I think having some menu options, I'm sure that's not an easy solution, but I think it would be a way to achieve some better solutions.
Tricia, can I get explicit
Sure.
kind of a clarification there? So there currently is a menu.
Okay.
Right? There's a menu about 7 or 8 things which we've specified. If you recall, about a year ago or so, we came back and specified. But those are all subject to further, it's like, here's some things you could do. The review authority gets to decide whether it is, quote, equivalent.
Option. Okay.
I think what Christy was just suggesting is the menu should just be, if you meet the menu, you get it. And I think that's a very different approach. I just want to make sure I was understanding which one of those two you were headed down.
I think I'm leaning towards the one that you just brought, what we currently have.
I think it might be worth, and I know it's in the report, it's certainly in the development code, defining, and I think for the public benefit, because I've had feedback, there is some confusion about the difference, the distinction between inclusionary and workforce. So I think that might be worth just briefly reminding everyone what those differences are.
Good point. Yeah. So the town has criteria for affordable housing, so that's kind of the umbrella. And then within that, we have 2 distinctions. One for workforce, which is if you're doing a project that has non-residential uses. So that's what you think of with commercial projects, industrial projects. And then the inclusionary is for residential projects. So that's if you're doing a subdivision or you're building apartments or homes, something like that.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll go ahead and go next so you can hear from some of the commissioners and the council can reserve its comments for after the commissioners or however you want to do it, or jump in. On the inclusionary housing, I see that staff is proposing that we consider broadening what constitutes inclusionary to include the missing middle. My concern is that it not prejudice the low income of the spectrum. I understand the concern to be that it narrows what developers view as their potential profit on a development. And I see it as a really an economic question of how do we still make the project attractive to the developers such that they're going to carry it out, which seems to me because of the great disparity between affordability and what it costs to build things, we need a funding source somehow to fill the gap. So that's how I view that. In terms of accomplishing the same thing, providing housing for people who work here so that they can both live and work here, maybe I'm getting a little farther down the list, but I think of this as inclusionary, is we should be looking at a fourplex overlay instead of a duplex, but maybe there's some reason we need to limit it to duplex. I'm just not aware of it. I think we could allow boarding houses and rooming houses here and provide some kind of support for subdividing homes so that they can essentially become 2, 3, or 4 unit homes. Because what I see from the existing conditions report is we have 7,000 non-resident housing units in our community, a little over 50%. And according to another item on the agenda, on the council's agenda for tonight, STRs are going to level off at about 3,000. I guess there were 1,700 last year, and this consultant projects it reaching 3,000. So those are various ways I see of achieving the goals of the inclusionary housing.
Can I ask?
So I would like to.
Can I ask for clarification what your first point was about the missing? So it sounded to me like you're nervous about the missing middle because it would then make it so that no one would fulfill the very low and low. Is that what you were saying?
No, I think the missing middle would take us up to 190%, I believe, of the area median income.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's because housing for the...
That number hasn't been established yet.
Anywhere.
Oh, okay. And so for a lot of the federally subsidized housing, you're down around...
30.
Well, Truckee Pines is 50 and 60% AMI. Hennis Flats is 50 and 60%. I think that Frischman Hollow's down at 35 or 40. And at least Hennis Flats and Truckee Pines, according to those managers, they estimate their waiting list takes people out 2 years. People at the bottom of the list can expect to have 2 years to accomplish housing. That's all federally funded. And somehow I don't want to prejudice the further development of that kind of housing because the need is there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to see us see the effort we make to capture the missing middle prejudice that lower income group. I think we need it, but if I had to choose, I would say I want to protect the lowest income. Despite what Jeff showed us on the slide for our great accomplishments, according to the memo, the briefing memo that was given to the GPAC, we've had one inclusionary unit added and one workforce unit added for that planning period of 2014 to 2019. So part of my concern is what accounts for that 5-year gap. Is it something we can fix through the housing element update now? Which I think is all part of this question.
So I just had an idea. Why don't we just ensure that everyone has we'll go with Nikki and then Dave. Yeah.
And we probably should, if we could, maybe stick to question
Question
The first one.
I think, because
Yeah, I think that's a
it's
really
easy to wrap them all
good
together, and
idea.
I made the mistake of wrapping
Get
two already,
two.
so.
Okay,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
so question one.
Okay, I'll try to be concise. I would like to keep both the inclusionary and the workforce housing requirements. I think they're effective when they're implemented, and that tends to be the bigger issue at hand is they're not effective if we don't do them. And when we hear time and time again on how much they keep developers from developing, or the builder doesn't want to build because of the cost, and then we kind of look aside at enforcing these very well fought for policies, that's why we don't see a huge benefit. At least that's been my experience over the years. I think the examples that Jeff talked about, Hennes Flat, Frischman Hollow, those were both born of very big developments, Old Greenwood and Gray's Crossing, and land that was donated, and those were in response to big developments that needed to deal with their both residential impacts and workforce housing. And I think they are noteworthy. I also would recommend increasing our inclusionary housing from 15% to 20%. I think as our opportunities for development start to go on a decline, and the bigger properties that can really have an impact are fewer and fewer, we should maximize our opportunities. I think that we should continue to have a menu of options that have parity across the board. I feel like with regards to these large developments that have been kind of the forebears of much of our workforce and affordable housing, we had a lost opportunity with Jurger Ranch. It's going to create hundreds and hundreds of jobs, and I am not aware that any housing has been required, and I hope that this can be remedied as part of this process. I think that we should increase the affordability limits. I think as kind of a counter to Jan's point, it's a lot easier for developers to do very low and low income housing because of the state and federal money. And the reason why we don't see any missing middle or, above low is because there's no support there. Other than the single family homes we have that were built in the 70s and 80s, where there's some down payment assistance money, that's pretty much it. There's not much. And so I would like to keep our options open and understand that because there are opportunities to have money with the multifamily and not in the other avenues, having as many tools in the toolkit will help us kind of address all those areas that need to be addressed, from the very low to the above median income, 200% even. So those are my comments.
Following up on that, I will just add, I do think they work. I'm happy with them for now. I think as we explore future funding options, I would also be open to discussing more creative ways to work with developers to get these done. One specific point I have on these is I think the inclusionary piece can be somewhat challenging for some of the smaller lots that are left. Hopefully, I think maybe some people in the audience might speak to a few of those, but I've known of a few projects lately where we're sort of looking at small lots with multifamily or multiplex type of options on them, and having that extra inclusionary piece potentially break the deal. So I would, if we are going to go with an alternative equivalent on those lines, I would personally rather see STR restrictions rather than a deed restriction on the unit. I would much rather see us moving in that market direction rather than deed restricting things forever, when that wasn't really the point. The point was to create locals housing and long-term rental housing potentially, or even lower purchase prices. So as far as the inclusionary goes, that's kind of my very tight point there. We'll talk about achievable a little bit later, but I do think we should include that now. I think now is the time. Let's just talk about a percentage increase and what that means in terms of numbers. But I think including achievable now and requiring just a 20% potential increase in the unit count would be one way to get that going now. And I'll stop there on this particular item.
Okay.
Good job. Quick yawn. We're skipping you. You lost your turn.
Stay quiet for 2.
He didn't lose his
I'm
turn.
just kidding. If you have anything you want to add to
No, not now.
I'm going to dock his time.
So I'm in favor of keeping the inclusionary and workforce housing largely as is. And in my opinion, going from 15% to 20% would be a substantive change, and one that frankly I'm not in favor of right now, simply because, and the primary reason I'm not in favor of it is the process fatigue question. I think that every time we've tried to change these, it has involved an incredible amount of kind of community process, and I think we have a lot of tools at our disposal to get the housing that we need. And this is one, and I'd rather just keep this one as is and explore creating other tools rather than open up the process around this. I understand, I think we do have, as one of the menu of alternative equivalents, we do have a sort of achievable locals housing is one of those. Locals housing.
Yeah,
The Coburn is a locals housing
100%
example of that. So to me, that as an umbrella, it kind of covers that. And I think that's right, but I do think all of those equivalents need to be addressed. But I would just further add is how one of the things that I see making these two policies work better is I think that the housing coordinator position gets to serve as sort of the internal staff advocate to help developers navigate the process and make sure that we're not losing a developer because they're getting hung up on the floor area ratio, percentage, whatever. Obviously staff, time is limited, and so anything we can do to help that process, I think is going to be the kind of grease in the wheels that will get this going.
Okay. Gosh, there's so many great points coming out here. I would like to start off by saying I am supportive of the inclusionary and workforce housing ordinances. I do echo a little bit of what Christy had said about our ordinances are very complicated. So the inclusionary housing seems so straightforward and it's simple and elegant and I love it. But then you add on this, the minimum density one, and I think that's where we're losing our small parcels. And I've heard of a couple small parcels where they're trying to put any housing on there. That minimum density bumps them into half or more of the buildings they can build have to be affordable, and they can't build anything. That just eliminates it. So I don't know how to adjust this minimum density requirement so that we are not kicking our small parcels out. I will also add that at the bottom it says exceptions to this policy can be made in the circumstance that the site is constrained. It would be incredibly helpful if we could just lay that out there. Like if you have 40% of your site that is 30% slopes or whatever, I don't know what steep is that defined somewhere? Can we define that and make that just a yes or no? They can look at the property and see if they can do it. And then if that's that steep, can they subtract that part off? Because I think that would be helpful. Right now, I've heard of people even trying to come for pre-application meetings and being told we can't determine that. So it's tough because then you have to invest a lot more money, and right off the bat, you may not be able to do it. So the minimum density one is making it really complex, and it was so complex that it looked like the staff even miscalculated what the inclusionary housing ordinance would need to be on the first report and then had to fix it. So, okay, so minimum density, I think it makes it too complicated. We're shooting ourselves in the foot, and so we're making it so that we want 8, they can build 4, we get none, is what's happening. So that, and So I agree with Nikki. From our existing conditions report from GPAC, we have 22% service industry and 15% inclusionary housing. And to me, that's a strong indication that that should be a little higher. So maybe a way to do that, to trade off that, would be to deal with this, the minimum, but add some more on the inclusionary, so that we're not losing too much. I don't, hopefully that's making sense. So one more thing with the inclusionary housing ordinance. So currently, inclusionary housing ordinance, we have, I feel like we should maintain an exemption of single-family units, but it would be great if we could put a square footage limit on that. And once you're above, I don't know what you guys think, 1,500, 2,000, probably 2,000 square feet and above, that would be then susceptible to having to pay into the in lieu fees. Because right now it's easier for developers to develop really big 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 square foot homes than it is to do the multifamily homes. So I just feel like we need to, we could capture some of that, and also in a way encourage smaller buildings as well, even for our single family housing. So one question about the workforce housing, it said in there that it includes institutional. And so I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean that if we have to build another school, the school is going to have to provide housing? Because our schools are grossly underfunded already.
I would say the schools are not subject to our regulations, but if the town were to build, say, a courtyard, we are subject to our own requirements.
Okay. Okay.
Public facility,
okay.
Special district project that generates workforce demand.
Great. Yeah, I think I'm done. Thank you so much.
So I'm just an overarching, I am in favor of continuing the workforce and inclusionary housing. And it's just so interesting to me that, Kat makes some very good points here about how this is an existing problem that we're trying to push on future developers. And that really is the case. We are a service, like we just talked about, a large portion of our community is service-based, and that's really probably mostly serving ski resorts and things outside of the town limits. But then we have this institutional base too, all the special districts that have a lot of, they are also employee-based, like the town is, and the school district. And they are supporting the community that supports the service industry. But yet we don't have the ability to go to the ski resorts and say, you need to build some workforce housing in Truckee because we're servicing you. But yet we have currently the beginnings of discussions from some special districts that are looking at doing some sort of workforce housing project in our community. And I would just like to see ways that we can support that. And perhaps part of what that is our future housing coordinator that can help the special districts through that process, finding properties, getting through the regulations in our codes, but also perhaps having those conversations with some of our larger employers outside of the area that we would like to have them reside in Truckee rather than commuting from Reno through us to these facilities, and create more of that community. So I'm in support of the staff recommendations without any substantive changes, with the hope that this housing coordinator position can help us facilitate some of those potential future projects that will better satisfy this requirement of particularly the workforce housing piece.
Great. So in an effort to keep this moving, I agree with Morgan. And I think where we can really make this work is have a housing coordinator who can help implement, more of the alternatives and the equivalents and help people to understand how to implement and read the code. And so, yeah, that's pretty much where I stand.
Okay, yeah, I heard a lot of things that I agree with, little tidbits from around the table, but I think I'm with you, Jerusha. I think, Morgan, you really articulated sort of best where my thinking is on this. I agree that the ordinances are there for a reason. They're effective. I agree with the staff recommendation for taking a look at broadening the income range. But getting back to Jan's point, not at the expense of anyone, really, who is already included in that income range. I think as well, to the extent that we can help continue to look at ways of streamlining process that results in save time and money, that would be helpful, because after all, I think everyone's aware that our biggest impediments right now are land cost and construction costs, and then on top of that, the soft costs that goes along with processing projects and permits and so forth. So I think it's important to maintain our alternatives, the toolkit, I think, as Nikki termed it, our alternative equivalents, and maybe look for ways of possibly expanding on that to ensure that we are still meeting the goals of our inclusionary and workforce housing ordinance. So I think with that, we'll open this up. Unless there are any remaining comments, we'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. And if you could state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes as well. So thank you.
Good evening. It's now a little past the afternoon. Good evening, Mayor Tierman, Chair Zabriskie, members of the Town Council and Planning Commission, as well as GPAC members. I noticed some in the audience. My name is Pat Davison. I'm with the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe. We did provide some written comments to you that are dated today, as well as some comments from March the 14th on the housing element update. I wanted to address the first question. As you know, we do not support the continuation of those ordinances, and in our mind, they do one of two things. Either repel the developer, as Christy mentioned, the developer walks away, which is not good because then there's no housing, or the housing cost is passed on to the consumer, which then raises the cost of housing, and that's not an acceptable consequence as well. Both ordinances place the burden for new locals housing on new development when the problem exists today, even if no new growth occurred. It's also not a reliable source of housing. Changes, however, that could ease the burden are things like how-to technical assistance, financial assistance on infrastructure, road improvements, trails, financial assistance on fees imposed by special districts, and financial assistance to actually construct the units. Other ideas include matching for-profit developers with affordable housing developers, and we share the same concern. There should not be preference for one income level at the expense of the other. And when we talk about broadening the definition for housing, that affordable housing developer specialist in that kind of product is brought in. And in fact, your housing element, I was reading through it again today and realized we have a housing element program. I think it's H.5.1 that says support nonprofit entities who build affordable housing, like Domus, Mercy, and the other names that you'd recognize. Let's have a formal partnership. Bring them in, be proactive, and deal with the variety of income levels that we're talking about. So we're not just addressing missing middle, but also taking care of the lower income levels. Those are the proactive, innovative things that I think the town can do. Take the burden off of the developers and help ease that requirement that we're so concerned about. We do agree with the parcel tax and ideas to try and come up with some additional equivalent or better stable funding sources. And I don't think the clock started, so I'm not sure how close I am to the the buzzer going off. The only other thing I wanted to say was, thank you, that we would be including the achievable housing definition for both inclusionary and workforce, and I don't think that was in the description. So just wanted to put that on the record that we'd like you to consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was actually 2 minutes and 58 seconds, so good job.
Hi, Brian B. I'm a citizen resident downtown Truckee. A couple things. There was a comment on actions being taken. It sounds like this is more of a discussion, and actions will be happening later, where we'll also have the time to comment. So I just wanted to make sure. I think that I'm also in agreement with Jerusha and Morgan, which is odd. I don't think that we should have like mass density housing in our historic downtown neighborhood. But so let me just try to quickly get through this prepared comments here. In our rush to pacify housing advocates, politicians, and developers, our town staff, appointed and elected officials, are losing sight of what we, the day-to-day residents of downtown Truckee, really want. Appropriate new infill developments that does not compromise the integrity of the historic and architectural qualities that contribute to the significance of our historic district. The proposal to rezone for increased downtown density and waive parking requirements for a new downtown development serve to violate the very intent of our downtown specific plan. A case in point is the current application for the residences at Jaboom Street. This proposed development requests rezoning so the developer can bring buildings of mass and scale that those who forged our historic design guidelines never perceived what be contemplated on this site. The applicant is also requesting that current on-site parking requirements be waived and that the front yards of historic High Street residents be turned into a parking lot to satisfy the development. Are you, our town approving body, going to allow such destruction of downtown Truckee or preserve downtown life by providing a place that both visitors and residents alike love? Now, I realize that these comments may have to wait till some of the other questions, but I, like the other gal, have to go as well. So just wanted to make my comments, and thank you.
Thank you. It's Brian, right?
Yes, Brian.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Brian. Okay, and I would like to just perhaps a brief reminder that the public comment we're looking for at this time is related to the question on the table, which is inclusionary workforce housing. So, and not necessarily looking for specific comment on specific projects, but with that, go ahead.
My name is Kaylee Sanchez, and I work with Sierra Sotheby's, and I'm a realtor of the area. As with Christy, I work with developers and builders, and specifically looking at multi-unit builds. I've seen a few different proposals come through, and for the cost of building, the cost even going through the process of getting a preliminary plan discussed has been very time consuming on all of our parts and supportive from lots of different people. Also costs a fair amount of money before even getting an answer, like we've talked about. It is pretty confusing. We've had a couple different answers from a couple different people in the same process. So with two builders that I know, specifically on one parcel, they came into the process feeling super excited, really wanting to be a part of Truckee and actually put something exciting into the area, including housing. I mean, with the housing, through the process, they have both gone to go do a single family residence and make a fair amount of money doing it that way. Not because they didn't want to do this, just because of all the blocks that really came into place. I do agree, and they do too, about the idea of an inclusionary housing and trying to find ways to get funding to make sure that things are actually available they have to bring people up here to be able to build sometimes. They actually provide a bunch of consistent jobs in the area, a lot of different builds to actually pay for it through taxing, pay a lot of money into the town. So I don't know, I'm not sure if all that is really taken into consideration when we're looking at the ways that we can kind of look at our menu. I agree that the menu isn't very clear because, we don't really know how that's all going to really work out at the end. The cost of construction right now really starts to inhibit an actual multi-unit build to happen. Specifically in Tahoe Donner, when you have other architectural reviews, that does not come in alignment with what the town wants for a multi-unit build. And so I'm requesting that we kind of think of that area as maybe not the best place to really implement the maximum use or of the zoning, because the amount for, you basically have to have a double HOA. You have the HOA for Tahoe Donner, then you have the HOA that for your specific subdivision that you put together. So is that truly a place where someone who is in a lower income local going to be able to pay, let's say, $400 to $600 a month just in HOA fees to live there? But I do completely agree that, sorry, welcoming.
Thank you, Kaylee. Okay.
Good evening, Council and Commission members. Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. Since we're on the first question, I just want to advocate that MAP supports both of these ordinances. Much like Nikki said, when they're implemented, it does create true workforce housing stock, and we need diverse housing. We have concern as an organization that if more and more projects come forward that are deed restricted, local market rate housing, we're really going to actually miss creating the housing for our service industry, which is the majority of our population here in a tourist-based economy. So I think it's very important that we continue to implement these ordinances. I agree. I think the inclusionary housing requirement could go up to 20% to create some additional stock. And, we have a really special place. It's expensive to do development here, and it's an expensive place to live. And so, the land use process is complex, and in my opinion, for good reason, because we have such a special environment. So I don't think we should really lessen the requirements and the ordinances, that we should actually be implementing our policies that we have. We have good policies, and it is creating housing stock at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to Council Planning Commission for any sort of closing thoughts. If anyone has any, maybe starting with Jerusha.
Nothing.
No?
No.
Oh, no. Go around. No? We're good? Okay. All right, so Jeff, Danielle, team.
2A?
Well, it's 6 o'clock. I'm thinking we take a break for, we have dinner, right?
Yeah.
So we have dinner for everyone. So those who, both our council and commission, plus anyone in the audience who is hungry, I think there's enough for everyone. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. So we'll go ahead and take maybe a 10-15 minute break for that, and then we'll resume after.
So 10 after? Hard start?
Yeah, let's say 10 after, or 12 after. That's
Eat while we continue talking.
yeah, we could do that.
10 after.
Do these come directly to you? But if it feels really bad, that's fine.
Okay, I think we're gonna take you up on the offer to eat and talk at the same time, so. We're gonna go ahead and get started with the second question of the evening, additional questions regarding policy. And this one is broken into multiple sort of subcategories, but so Danielle, are you gonna go ahead and introduce this?
Yeah, just briefly for this one. So there are multiple subsets to it, but we're going to do public comment at the end. And really the question is, out of all of these, so A through I think K or whatever it goes to, should we be adding these as policies for future actions in the housing element? Some of these you might just want to do a kind of vote for, because some of them might be easier than others versus having longer discussions, but that's kind of up to you.
Okay.
Does anyone need to have me do a brief explanation of what a affordable housing bank is?
Yeah, who funds it?
Funds it. We haven't actually done a ton of research about this, I'll admit, but we did start exploring this concept with the rail yard when we were looking at their affordable housing plan, where you can either have the town act as the bank or come up with another option where if you've got a builder who's building housing and they've got, say, a surplus of units, they have the ability to build extra, and they can sort of sell them to the bank, and then someone who has is deficient in their housing requirements could buy one. And so there's an opportunity within that where maybe you've got a larger project, better site to accommodate housing, and they can do more, and so they could get credit for that, but then the ability to sell it to someone else who needs it, and so some of the cost kind of gets offset between the two projects. So it's an interesting concept. It's kind of like land banking, but there are dollars that are transferred there, and depending on how you set them up, it could be that the town is sort of in the middle of that, and there's appraisals involved, or in the example, the rail yard, which is sort of an informal version of that, it's between the developer for the master developer for the rail yard and say like the artist lofts. So right now, the artist lofts would be acting as a bank for all of the workforce housing requirements within the first phase of build out, so that they can build more housing if they want as part of a commercial project, but they don't have to. They could also go and say, I'd like to use some of the credits that would be applied with the artist lofts. So that's kind of a more real example.
So the idea is to give some additional flexibility.
Really, the point of it is for flexibility, yeah, that there could just be certain projects where it doesn't make sense to have housing that's incorporated into the design, or because you want to create a neighborhood setting, it might make more sense to group the houses in that complex type situation where you can provide better amenities.
Okay.
Vail has a program like this. Mm-hmm. So positive side, it's more flexible. Sometimes you can get a project where you might otherwise not. Downside is you might end up over-concentrating affordable housing. Everyone says, well, I don't want it here, so we're going to kind of plunk it over there, and it all ends up in one spot, and you end up with a big project, maybe bigger than you want it. So I think there's a way of managing it, and we haven't looked deep enough to know. So the idea behind this, if you want us to explore it, we'd take some time to really take a hard look.
Okay.
I'm fine with you exploring it. I don't understand how it, how it compares with in lieu fees. In a way.
Arguably, it's better because it's more directly tied to here is a unit as opposed to just here's a fee that I've paid to some future. That's that would be the difference.
Thanks.
Yep.
I think we should explore it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Susie?
I think, yeah, let's explore it. I don't know about the create part.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, you guys, you're good? Good? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
council member.
I think it's one. Are we conceptually open to the sort of notion that you can bank affordable units? And I think philosophically the answer is yes, but we want to explore what those conditions are. I think I'm not sure how we rank this on the stack of the work program, right? We have A through K here. I'm not sure where this one fits.
And the process fatigue.
But it's a really exciting opportunity, and I think it's probably going to be part of a package of sort of deed restriction. And, we'll see.
Yep.
I think that feedback is helpful to say, kind of help us prioritize. And we do have 8 years in our housing element, so if something comes up earlier that you're seeing is a bigger priority, then obviously we'd want to do that before the 8 years has elapsed. So if this is less of a priority, we can move it towards the end of the cycle, or maybe the middle to the end of the cycle.
Yeah, and it's hard to say it's less of a priority. I guess what I'm saying is there's some of these things that make sense standalone, and then I see a number of these falling into the sort of what is the housing entity and what do they do and what are the tools at their disposal question. That, and then, you know, let's move it out of the sort of public process realm and move it into the hard dollars and cents business model of what works, and is this the tool that's actually going to get stuff done? But who's the authority that's really deciding that? Is it our housing coordinator? Is it something else? So we're getting a little bit of the weeds of process, but I'll stop there.
Okay. Jan, did you have any other thoughts on this one?
I was just wondering who the bank is.
Who's the bank?
Town, maybe.
Yeah.
The housing.
Yeah, I mean, you could set it up different ways. I mean, Andy and I had this discussion earlier, not today, but when we were talking about rail yard stuff, that there's some complexity if the town becomes that entity, because then, you know, are we dealing with the transactions themselves versus having something that's just more recognized in the fair market? Okay. So sometimes you can treat it more as the philosophical banking as a concept and let the market kind of work it through, so long as we're the filter for the information that's being shared, the appraisals, that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of options within that. And when we, if sounds like everyone's kind of philosophically okay with this, we could do some more bullet points underneath it to kind of say, you know, look at things such as.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think apropos of Morgan's comment, a number of these that are coming up here in this question 2 fall in the category of kind of the future work program for either the housing coordinator and or the new housing entity, if there is one from Mountain Housing Council. This could be a very good region. This could be regional even. I think Vail uses a housing authority. I think they call it an exchange, I think, as opposed to a bank, but they become the broker, but, you know.
Right. Yeah. Dave?
Agreed.
Good. Nikki? Good. Yeah, my only thoughts, I agree as well. TRPA has an exchange like this for commodities. It's not necessarily for housing, but for tourist accommodation units and development rights and land. And basically what it does is it's one place where people can go online and become aware of what's out there. And I think we may want to think about it in that light. And you know, I think as well, there are certain advantages of having a bank like this for smaller projects that may have a workforce housing requirement but have land constraints and can't go out and just buy a piece of land and build a unit. So this is, you know, I think perhaps an attractive alternative that could meet the needs of the community as well and allow for, you know, good projects to go forward. So. So we'll come back to public comment at the end, right? Yeah, because we at the end of number 2. Okay, so question number 2B, or is it? Well, no.
So this is one that you've sort of already started touching on, and again, do we want to include a policy to explore this? So it's not defining it right now. It's not doing much more than setting it up as a future expectation that we would look into this further.
And I would just add that I think a number of council commissioners earlier said, you know, we wouldn't want to see a wholesale substitution of achievable somehow for affordable. And we completely agree. And I don't think the staff it's not where we're headed at all. And that could happen. If you could say, if you open up everything to achievable, you're very unlikely to get, quote, affordable. But there may be ways of structuring this so that we get some incentive to do one over another, and, you know, we don't lose one for the other. So I think replacing one for the other is not the intent behind this exploration.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I am supportive. I think, as a side note, that once the Coburn Crossing project is completed and filled with locals, we're going to learn a lot it's going to tell us a lot that we don't know, because this is kind of all a bit ambiguous at this point. I'm remaining cautiously optimistic, and I think when we have that hard data to understand how effective this model has been, it will inform whether we want to continue to invest in this, or if we say, no, maybe not, let's try some other things.
On the specific question, I also think this is a yes. This is kind of goes to one of the things I mentioned at the outset, where I think this is something we should do now. I think it's something we should do more quickly. We talk about it at every planning commission meeting and just about every council meeting in some form or another. And I think just because if we do something now and we see if it does anything, we have the opportunity to amend it. It's not set in stone forever. But I think this is an area that I would encourage us to be a little bit more aggressive on in the forefront.
My concern is about harming the people that have less flexibility because they're lower, they have lower incomes, they have fewer options. And it may be that the solution to the people that are at the lower income levels is going to be subsidized housing. And for the missing middle, it may be simply building more market rate apartment houses. I mean, there could be a real difference what the solution is. So I'm fine with looking at achievable. I don't want to see the lower income harmed. I don't think they're similarly situated people because of their difference in economic situation.
But I think to me, the elephant in the room on this one, though, is to say, if we like the idea of building market rate missing middle housing, then let's say you want to build 25 units of that. If you want that all to be market rate and affordable to the missing middle, are you waiving the requirement that project make 5 of those units be affordable, low income? Because if you make those low income, then you have to raise the price on everyone else. I mean, it's the elephant in the room that Christy's talking about, that everyone else is talking about. And so to me, this question is saying, sometimes we would say 25 units of kind of achievable income is okay to not build the 5 low income. And other times it's not. We don't want it to be too much, but I don't think we can have it. I don't know. There's an elephant in the room here if we can't have it both ways.
My concern is that we need to find financing if it turns out achievable housing is making affordable housing for low income less available.
Yeah, it gets into a lot of complexities as well, because if you actually look at the Mountain Housing Council work on achievable housing, if you look at the for sale numbers, they actually are, when you go from whatever it is, 80% to 195% of AMI, that is a kind of housing we're not getting much of, if any. Maybe closer to the 195, but certainly not 150. Those are $450,000, $500,000 for sales, and we're not seeing those. Certainly not new. When you look at the rental, however, it's quite different. 195% of AMI is actually a well over market rent.
Yeah.
And so we have to just be very careful. That's why we're kind of saying we want to go into this very carefully, thoughtfully, and not just say, yep, let's just take that definition and find a way to include it. And you might, there's a lot of ways of doing it. You might take the inclusionary formula and say, well, if you want to do achievable and you think you can, your percentage goes up to 20, for example. But you still have to do 10% very low or moderate, or very low and low, and you get to do 10% achievable. So there's ways of balancing the formula without throwing away the affordable, but we have to be just really thoughtful how we do it. And for sale, rental is very different.
For me, this also leads into 2C.
I can go through them all too. Should we do that?
No,
Let's just keep going.
Well, then that needs to be clear.
They just want guidance, right?
It makes me nervous changing our definition from affordable to achievable. I feel like it's it's when we were talking about the alternative equivalents, and one contractor comes in and says, well, you let Coburn do it, so why can't I? It's a slippery slope, and I feel like at the end of the day, it's going to do a disservice to our very low and our low income. And so I I have talked with Shauna about it, and she's sending me a study on how it can help the low income, but I haven't seen it yet, so I'm not convinced yet.
I just really appreciate your clarification on that, because that's where I was looking at this and saying I don't really know how this fits between a purchase price and a rental price, because we have a lot of people in our community that want to own their home but can't afford it here. They don't want to rent. They want to own a home, so they end up living outside of our community because we don't have those opportunities for them. So I think just in general, this could create more flexibility and needs to be done carefully, and I'm in support of looking at those options.
I agree with Anna. I think anything to provide options for people and keep them living in our community is where I'd like to see this go.
Yeah, I agree. I favor expanding the definition of the inclusionary housing, or considering expanding the scope of income range. Again, underscoring not at the expense of anyone. And I agree with Dave that I'd rather see some acceleration of that effort. It was about a year ago, I believe, that the Mountain Housing Council came and made a presentation about the definition of achievable housing. And a couple of things I remember from that presentation, they underscored the high cost of housing, which we all know about, and the fact that we are losing professionals, people who have good, decent incomes, who work for the fire district, the hospital district, the school district, who are having to go to Reno to buy that first home. And so we're seeing, an increasing diminishing of that kind of potential in housing stock in our community. So I would favor acceleration, and I would favor the expansion, but again, underscoring that we've got to be careful and think about how we do it. Perhaps there's some sort of a tier within that definition. So, okay, we good? Okay, so key question 2C.
Danielle's got a mouthful of food,
Okay.
so I'll take. So 2C, it gets at the question that Jan kind of got us talking about, which is, we currently have single family zoning in lots of places around Truckee, most of Truckee, and we know we have plenty of that, and we don't allow duplexes, or triplexes or other plexes. Other places do. But that would be a pretty substantial change. If you did it wholesale and just said all single family, we'd probably have some fairly interesting neighborhood conversations. We'd be facing at least 2 HOAs that I believe don't allow them. So I think you'd have an HOA issue as well. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't be taking a hard look. That's why we kind of stuck with duplexes and didn't go further. We said, well, let's try one step. The other way to think about it that I know my former city of Davis has done for years and years is to have duplexes or triplexes even in certain parts of subdivisions. So, for example, a corner lot, you almost can't tell the difference because you literally have 2 houses, 3 houses kind of facing out, and there are in certain larger lots and. So, again, you'd want to look at this carefully. You'd want to have a total amount of floor area allowed so you weren't able to just build out to the maximum setbacks. And there'd be a lot of things you'd have to, I think, look at, or you would really change the nature and character of neighborhoods. But this is a way to very quickly get smaller units that are, affordable by design, if you will. And then we added the notion of, would you maybe get a duplex opportunity if you did something like a deed restriction of some sort on one or of the units, so that you have an incentive to do something that's even more affordable or more local. So we haven't explored it in great detail, but it just seems like one of those things that could be a game changer. But we do have to recognize the HOA issue here, just as with with the second ADUs. The thing I always kind of reflect on this with staff, and it drives me crazy, I know, but to me, what's the difference between a 1,600-foot house and an 800-foot ADU, which is allowed versus two 1,200-foot houses that look the same? What is the fundamental impact difference to a neighborhood? And I'm not sure you could argue much on that one. So I think it's something to explore. This could morph into more of an ADU conversation. Do we expand ADUs or change? But again, there's potentially a lot of pushback as well, and I think we just had to be very honest about that.
I think you should explore creation of a duplex zoning, but as long as you're doing that, you look at fourplex, and I certainly agree there's going to be greater constraints on being able to implement fourplex because you're squeezing more units on the same size lot. So I think the opportunity needs to be there. I mean, we should think big on this rather than small.
Question on the question. Can you clarify what is meant by an overlay? If you've got existing zoning, single family, and you do an overlay, what exactly does that mean?
So it's the underlying zoning is still there, single family residential. You could still come in and do a single family residence on that property. But what the overlay does is adds another layer. I think the idea that's up there right now is that they would apply this deed restriction of having no STRs or primary resident only. And if you do agree to those restrictions, then you would be allotted the duplex.
Okay.
But an overlay is a type of zoning change, so it's like any other zoning action.
Right.
It's discretionary, requires secret review, etc.
Okay.
The other way you could do it is simply change your definition of what's allowed in a single family zone. And so it wouldn't be an overlay. That would just fundamentally be a definition change, and that's how some codes work that way.
An overlay is more targeted, and a change to what's allowable in the zone would be townwide.
Be townwide.
Okay. Got it.
And I think too, when you talk about this, there's different ideas probably in everyone's mind of what a duplex looks like or what a fourplex looks like. And, through design criteria and other things, you could have something still look like a single family home. It's just the unit sizes get significantly smaller. And so there's a mass and scale factor in that discussion that oftentimes is why you have restrictions on second unit sizes or things like that, where you want the house to look like the primary residence and then have maybe the smaller second unit. But if the primary residence has 4 units in it, it still looks like a single family. What are you losing in that? So I would just offer that as part of the discussion.
Just to add to it, the included with allowing duplex, that would mean not just new construction, but being able to modify existing single family.
It could be, yeah, and I think it would probably be modified because most people wouldn't have enough room on their property unless it was a very large property to actually build a second one, but they may be able to chop their unit easily into 2 units and or 4 or 3 or whatever. Yeah, college towns are replete with this stuff. They used to have all the old large houses in college towns are 4 to 6 units lots of them.
Morgan, you had your, or Susie?
Susie wants to jump in.
Okay. Do I look excited? I did have a question. If we would then consider that 4 units and that then be paying in lieu fees, since we're trying to do, I just wanted to throw that out there because it changes the affordability of the smaller units. I also wanted to ask, this is probably for Andy, there's the Senate Bill 50 that I think makes this a state law. It has not passed yet. It has gone out of committee. And so I'm just wondering if this is, I think it would even overrule HOAs if this Senate Bill 50 would pass, and it might make our decision on this moot because it might be state mandated.
I'm not aware of SB 50. I mean, there is SB 670 that's pending that would override HOA authority to ban accessory dwelling units. That one I do know about, but let me look at SB 50, see what it says.
And then I agree with Jan, and I say let's investigate and let's see if we can go big and do triplexes and quadruplexes.
Yeah, I'll echo my neighbors here and say I think duplex, triplex, fourplexes on single-family lots is one of the best tools at our disposal. Anthony Weiner, Senator Weiner's SB 50 would essentially mandate that statewide. They are as facing an uphill battle at the state level to pass that. It may or may not happen. But I mentioned the Minneapolis general plan. The city of Minneapolis passed a policy allowing up to triplexes on any residential lot, and it's getting directly at the tension between community character being used as a argument to keep out those people, to keep out people who are perceived to be lower income. And that's why the city said, not just for some areas, not just for some locations, but literally citywide, we're no longer going to allow neighborhoods to be exclusionary of lower income people. Obviously, it's not a panacea. You can still build a single family home, but it's opening up to say any lot could have multiple small units. And I think I want to be careful about the language of going big on this. I mean, to me, it's actually a very reasonable thing. I live on a street that has triplexes and several, fourplex kind of things, and it's fine. It's not like a big crazy thing. It's very Tahoe. So I understand there's a lot of conversation that would occur between now and actually passing this, because I'm not trying to diminish the concerns people have. But to me, this is one of my biggest priorities as we look at how do we house Truckee and how do we do so in a way that preserves the character of our neighborhoods. To me, this is exactly how we do that.
So, Commissioner Turney, to answer your question, SB 50 is currently being held in suspense file at the Appropriations Committee, which could mean it's just taking a brief pause, or it could mean that it's dead. Not sure yet. And it would allow fourplexes to be built in single-family neighborhoods with some restrictions. Some restrictions about the nature of the lot, whether the existing house has been occupied by tenants in the last 10 years. There's some restrictions on how much of the existing structure you could demolish to build your fourplex, et cetera, et cetera. So broadly, yes, but with a bunch of caveats.
I think it only applies to counties that have more than 600,000. That's the Marin provision. That's not SB 50.
No.
It's not.
It would impose additional requirements
It's
on a
under.
development in a county with a population less than 600,000. So it looks like there would be different standards for small counties and big counties, but
Right.
small counties would not escape entirely.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
This one, this one's a really intriguing one, because sort of analytically you have to think about sort of the CEQA implications. And do you say, well, if we make it retroactive to all lots, let's say we did it that way, duplexes, you in theory would be quadrupling the traffic. Now, of course, in practice that would not happen. So the analysts would have to figure out, well, what is a reasonable absorption of these things in given areas? And to me, it is a very good general plan update question. I think it's in my mind, it's a little trickier to just jump forward with this one, because I think the analytics, if we're pushed on it, meaning, some people don't like the idea because they think it will change the character of their neighborhood, I think the CEQA analytics and the traffic analytics begin to get a little just tricky. I guess is a good, we just have to be thoughtful.
This feels complicated.
I'll be brief. I agree with generally what Morgan said. This was one of the more exciting pieces for me. I wholeheartedly think we should be pursuing it as much as we can. My only caveat on some of these are I'm definitely comfortable with the no short-term rentals. I'm just not as comfortable with sort of like the locals only purchase options and stuff like that. So if we're going to go into that level of detail, that in my mind needs more discussion, but certainly the concept is extremely important, and I highly encourage us to this. If we're prioritizing UMI, this to me becomes a higher priority than, for example, maybe the Housing Credit Bank. But
for what it's worth, Councilmember Pallavi.
Yes.
STR restrictions are very, very solid legally.
Yeah.
We can do that today.
Yeah.
Not a problem. I think that locals only restrictions are a little bit more up in the air.
Yep.
We did it with Coburn, and that I think is fine. But I think if that became the town's de facto standard, I think we could run into some problems. The city of Davis is facing a suit about that right now. So just for all of you, if you think of it as here's some two policy choices broadly, STR restrictions or locals only, just know that one of them is very safe and the other one is less so.
And I think from a market perspective, that's where I come from on the safer side of things. So the STR restrictions, I like better, especially for folks trying to get into affordable housing or something they can afford at those potentially lower levels for purchase, especially. So.
I'm supportive. I would add that I do think if we're going to be allowing for these increases in density and site modifications, there should be a public community benefit. And if there's a way to deed restrict them to locals, I think that helps to, again, chip away at this big issue that isn't going to go away anytime soon. And it plays, again, into that many tools in the toolkit concept. I echo what Danielle was saying. I lived in a really beautiful duplex in Berkeley, but it looked like it was a beautiful home. And I've seen fourplexes similarly. I know it can be done well and complementary. So I'm open, but I again caution regarding the land use impacts, CEQA issues. This is not something I think that can be done in a vacuum and just kind of apply these overlays wherever we see fit without assessing the constraints and existing conditions of those locations.
I agree with Nikki. I really, love the idea of infill and mixed use, and I actually think we can enhance Truckee's character through this. I just agree that we need to be considering, very carefully where this can occur to avoid, some traffic or different impacts that become unsavory.
So I've actually been wondering about the locals only because, for Colburn Crossing or whatever, we would consider if they're telecommuting and their paycheck comes from San Jose, but they want to live here, does that qualify?
It didn't in Coburn.
No, they have to be working
That's
locally.
interesting. So I'm very in favor of this. I too really want to do duplex, triplex. I think it is our greatest and most efficient opportunity to open up more housing units. I'm going to divert a little bit. I actually don't really want to see STRS restrictions. I think if we were to do this and really consider the achievable piece as well as just the affordable, that being able to build a duplex, somebody buy a lot and build a duplex and they live in one side and short-term rent the other, that makes it achievable for them. So I don't really particularly want to limit that. So those are my thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think we have a consensus here. I agree that this is something we should explore. And duplex, triplex, I also agree with sort of the cautionary notes that Nikki articulated about we also don't want to do it in a way that basically puts our standards, design standards, setbacks, those kinds of things need to be carefully thought through so that that duplexes or triplexes or quadplexes, fit properly within neighborhoods, within the context. I think those things, would get flushed out during individual design reviews. But at the same token, I think if we're going to look at amending our ordinances and considering overlays or changes that would allow duplexes, we have to think about those things as well. So, yeah. Next question is 2D. Develop a deed restriction program a la Vail, Indeed. And Danielle, are you going to be doing this one or Jeff?
Jeff could probably add to this one. Okay. So this is something that we had on our radar to explore after the City of Vail had their housing director come and talk to us about how their program works. They have a little bit more of an advantage in that they have a lot more money to put towards a program for this, where the buy down that they have available is more substantial per home. So the way that the program works is that they kind of act as the interim kind of go-between between buyers and sellers a lot of times to try and match up
where if you've got someone with a home that wants to sell it, then they have a list of people who are kind of qualified with certain incomes, and then they sort of try and match the difference in what the local can afford. They would pay that difference, so oftentimes it's maybe like $80,000. But with that $80,000, the person selling it agrees that they would put a deed restriction on it so that the property is only ever sold to someone who's a local for the whole life of that property. There's a buyout option within that too, that if for whatever reason someone decided that they didn't want that restriction on the property anymore, then you basically pay back the money that you were given plus a percentage so that they can go buy even more homes that are restricted. So it's a different program. It seems to have had success for them. It does create maybe sort of two housing markets within the community, but that doesn't seem to be a deterrent for them. We wouldn't be able to probably afford doing something quite as extensive as what they're doing, but I think there's a lot of opportunity with this, particularly for even smaller projects where if a builder wanted to build, say, 4 units and said, I'd be willing to have them sold to locals with a deed restriction, I think we would get a lot of interest in that if we had even some money to contribute to that. So it's, like I said, a different program than what we have here now, but has a lot of opportunity to create long-term housing within the community for homes that are for purchase.
And this is the kind of program where you could, for example, use some or a substantial portion of the money that you've set aside in this housing pot, because I think you could create this program relatively quickly. It's not one that requires all this analysis and zoning, and you could sort of try it. This would be one where you could kind of try a pilot program. It could be that nobody wants it. It's not lucrative enough or not useful enough, or it doesn't do what you want, or we run into trouble, but you'd come up with a template, deed restriction, which would be really quite easy. Andy could probably do it while he's hanging here.
I could steal veils right now.
Steal veils right while we're sitting. But it could be one where we could try it for a couple of years, put some money into it, and if it's not working, apply that money elsewhere. So this one is. Anyway, it's a low-hanging fruit, and it may not be useful. It's hard to tell.
Well, and I laugh about this program because I think in all of our hearts, we wish that we would all sell our homes once we're done with them to a local, but I think sometimes the money is enticing enough that it's just about who's giving you the best offer. I can proudly say that I've only ever sold my home to a local, but not with a deed restriction. So this is a different type of format that really would try and create that financial incentive for someone to say, look, I'm selling it anyway, and here's some additional money to make that even more interesting of an offer.
Yeah, just to start off, I'd echo Jeff. This is something we could do immediately. I think, in my mind, the housing money that we're talking about including in the budget is a great use for this to start spending this summer, right? Just to be really blunt and bold about it. I think one of the, maybe fall, yeah. I think, to me, one of the important pieces of this, and one of the things that keeps us nimble, is that the price of the deed restriction is actually not set by policy. So I think part of what makes us successful is that we're not actually talking about setting the price or allowing somebody the ability to negotiate as they see fit to get the best deals on where these deed restrictions occur. So to me, this is all about empowering someone to go make these deals, flexibility to spend the money quickly so that we get the actual deeds restricted.
Question, is the deed restriction cost the same percentage for every house?
In Vail, no. They have 10 factors they look at to determine how much they're willing to give you.
Okay.
And I think I remember who's the gentleman from Vail? George. He cited a figure of approximately 60,000 as the sort of average.
Kind of a
ballpark, yeah.
5% of their homes.
So they supplement what your purchase price? They give you additional money?
So, I'm confused. Because my understanding, because I did research on it, was that you could go to the town and say, I will agree to deed restrict my house in perpetuity. And the town says, great, your house is locals only, here's your somewhere around $60,000. So you can take that money then as the homeowner, you can do improvements. My question is, so what did we say we had 400 or 500,000? So to 60, it doesn't seem like we have as much money. And so it would be a small program here.
We certainly don't have the magnitude that Vail does.
Yeah, Vail benefits from the real estate transfer tax, which cities in Colorado used to be able to do, and then the legislature or the voters stopped it. The old ones are grandfathered, but here we can't do that. It's not allowed to.
I'm going to chime in. I'm supportive of this. I think it's a great idea. I'm on the Martis Fund board. We as a board have been very interested in this idea as well. We have a substantial amount of money at our disposal as a result of real estate transfer fees for workforce housing, so this could be an opportunity there. I'm not going to speak for the board, but we have discussed it, and we are expressed a great interest in this program.
And this could be one where, we as Town of Truckee might start it, and our new housing coordinator, that I hope we get, will, administer it for a while, and then if there is a regional entity a year down the line, it could morph into a regional program. We could hand our program over. I think there's a lot of possibilities if it turned out to be a positive thing. Mm-hmm. But I think we do have to be careful, because you could spend that money very quickly if it was and then we'd have to think about where additional funds would come from.
I'll keep us going. I say yes. To me, this gets to the high priority list yet again. Should our budget decision-making take place on Thursday, we retain the $2 million that's currently earmarked. We've got $400,000 in lieu fees. I'm with Morgan. I see us making investments quickly in this arena if we can pull it together. And that would be a great source. Sorry.
One thing, I agree that it would be easy to implement and something we could act on quickly, but it's really not opening up any new housing. It's just a slow process. So there's nothing wrong with that. That's great, and we need to do that. But is that the best use of our funds in this climate? And it's a question.
I would offer we have over 7,000 homes that are not occupied by locals. I think that is a huge opportunity. It's a huge untapped resource that doesn't require construction, which is, environmentally detrimental and all the other things. So I think it's a real positive.
I agree, but I just mean, I know we need to unleash those homes, but it's just going to be such a slow process. It's not going to be opening up. People aren't selling their homes You're thinking it will incentivize people to sell?
I'm thinking that so I have probably 4 or 5 for sale signs in the greater area where I live, and my sense would be those all could be local homes with being subsidized to be deed restricted. So whereas today they might be sold to Bay Area wealthy people who might use it, once or twice a week, or one week or 2 weeks out of the year, then we'd get locals housing. So
for sure, yeah, you've got a point.
I'm seeing a lot of turnover right now in the real estate market.
Sorry, the other thing that plays into that with Vail, one of the reasons it's different, if I remember the statistic that George Ruther was telling us, that in the absence of a deed restriction, it's something like 39 of 40 house sales goes to somebody from somewhere else. So the order of magnitude, so basically for them it's a preservation program, right? They are just trying to hang on to what the houses. So it's a little different, but I think the program, we can borrow so much of it.
One final point is, I think this is actually a large enough umbrella and flexible enough that this same tool can support new construction. So if you say, hey, I want to build this triplex, and I'm going to work out the deed restriction ahead of time.
That's true. Yeah.
So what I like about it is that it allows that. It's essentially what we're doing for Coburn Crossing for 137 units. We get the deed restriction in exchange for the money.
Yeah. Jan, did you?
Yeah, I don't know if it's the best expenditure of money if we can't get a bigger bang for our buck somewhere else. I just don't know. Nikki mentioned there's 7,000 units here that are not permanent residents, and by that same token, we have, I think it's close to 7,000 units. I'm sorry, no, 4,705 units available, that there's lots, undeveloped lots available to supply 47,000 housing units, and maybe the money could be better spent.
4,700?
4,700.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
No, I just was like,
4,700.
wow.
4,700, and maybe the money could be better spent through the housing coordinator or somebody else getting
Good news is we got both.
those lots developed.
Teresa?
Yeah, I think we should look into it. It's low-hanging fruit. We need to be careful that we don't spend all our housing money on this, and then there's another great opportunity that we can't jump on.
And so that, because if it's $2 million and it's around 60,000 each, that gives us 33 houses. So just for a comparison, does that make sense?
33, you said?
Say what?
Yeah, isn't it? Is my math right?
Yeah.
$2 million divided by 60,000 gives us
Yep.
33 houses.
Okay.
So
I mean, for some
number.
comparison to
It's not a bad number.
Yeah.
It's not huge and it's not. No, I know. I'm just saying on it if that's an average. Mhm.
Well, I was going to say too, for comparison, our subsidy for the artist lofts was about 19,000, and then for per unit in Coburn was about 15, and those are rentals. So obviously, you'd have a different price point for if it was a for purchase. But to Jeff's point, since we've never tested this, I mean, the first thing you'd have to do is kind of go out in the market and figure out what the interest is and where that. I mean, you would start low, I would assume.
My thoughts on this are really that the regional perspective versus the town-centric perspective. We're talking about doing this within town boundaries, correct? At this point, yeah. Whereas there's probably other organizations, like Nikki was pointing out, that might be willing to support something like this on a more regional level, much like the Housing Council is aligned roughly with the TTUSD school district boundary. And I think the more we look at this on a regional level, that we're sharing community members, because not everybody that works in Truckee actually wants to live in Truckee. They maybe want to live in Kings Beach or in Tahoe City. So I think we tend to be, when I say we, town of Truckee tends to be on the forefront of these types of things, and this is another opportunity to explore that. And I'd be very interested in seeing what we could come up with and what other regional partners might be interested in joining.
Yeah, I agree. I had the opportunity to, I think Danielle and Jenna and Yumi, you were all there at the Mountain Housing Council when George from Vail came, and I think you, Morgan, talked to him as well. And I was intrigued by the program. I think it would be worth exploring, even if we decide to just test it out with a pilot program for, a few years. For example, designate 500,000 to this pilot program. And if we used a round number like 50,000 per deed restriction, if that's, I don't know what ultimately that market number would be, but you think about that, 500,000 divided by 50, that creates 10 local homes, deed restrictions to locals only. You could never build 10 homes for $500,000. That's another way to look at it. So I think as a way to potentially increase our local housing stock and preserve and prevent the further sort of growing of the second, the issue of the 7,000 homes that are unoccupied most of the year, I think this could be an innovative way. And we don't have to go all in immediately. We could sort of test the waters. So anyway. Okay.
I think we got a couple quick ones coming.
Okay. So, wow.
Hoping, Jeff. You're hoping.
Just realizing that we got 2K. Wow. We got a whole other page. Okay. So we'll accelerate here. 2E.
This might be a thumbs up, thumbs down one.
Okay.
The pay for isn't quite right there.
Yeah.
Really engaging. I don't think we're paying.
We would
The
like
pay
to
is not
participate.
specific. Yeah, participate's probably a better word.
Yeah, change of
So strike pay for?
engage in,
Engage in and share in, or?
Yeah, Sharon.
support.
This would be this would be the, presumably the successor to the Mountain Housing Council as it's beginning to study right now, and we're participating in the study.
Great.
And why would it be separate from trying to join in with the existing regional housing authority over in Western Nevada County?
I mean, that is an option, but I think if we want something that's more specific to our region, they're going to know our region better if we have something that's local. Because right now, I mean, it's Yolo County. It's spread so wide, and so the population that they're serving has different needs than probably what we have here. Just in
It takes some effort to get them to.
It's actually it's multi-county.
Yeah, it's,
I know.
Yeah.
I'm aware
Yeah.
of that.
It's an option.
And
That was the answer.
They just have different clientele that they're working with different issues. Than
That's what I
we
thought
have
the
here.
answer.
They're not worried about stirs and other things.
Okay.
All right, so is that, you want to do nodding heads or thumbs up, or?
I agree with Council Member Polity.
Now you're on board.
Yeah.
Okay, 2F. This is another yes,
Speaks for itself.
another thumbs up
Talk
kind
about
of
it on
thing.
Thursday.
All in.
Didn't see a thumb, Jan.
Yeah, I just think the housing coordinator could help a lot on the 4,700 lots that are out there. Getting those developed, working with that landing guy or whoever. Thumbs up.
Okay, all right.
So you're probably seeing a theme with some of these where we're trying to capture things that the council's already talked about. We just want to make sure that they are something that we're including in the housing element. So that's why these ones tend to be more of a thumbs up, thumbs down. And this would fall in that category since, although you haven't adopted your budget yet, you've already talked about setting aside additional money for housing.
I just saw a note I had about F, and I would like to comment on it if that's okay. I know it's
wanna go
going
back to F?
I know. I'm going to be really. I won't comment on the other one. On this one, I made a note that this full-time housing coordinator person, ideally, is the person who upholds the requirements of Coburn Crossing to ensure that it is locals only, and that, from my understanding, if it's not filled with locals, then the price of rents needs to go down so that they are filled with locals. And so my sense is that's going to take a lot of oversight and effort, and perhaps that's the job of this new housing coordinator. Huh?
Part of the job.
A component.
We
of that
do have someone
job.
doing that work right now. Joanne Anders does all of our compliance checks for all of our affordable housing projects. And so there is some discussion within this if council decides to do this position of what portion of that would transfer from Joanne or not to doing this. She's very affordable and she's very good at this. Very efficient.
We've never had anything like this though, where the actual rent has to be adjusted to accommodate the renter. Whereas I know with our existing deed restricted or the properties like Hennis and Truckee Pines, et cetera, you have to qualify, but by law you can't evict someone if they no longer qualify financially.
True, but there's other criteria that actually come into the mix of that where she still has to do compliance because a lot of times there'll be people coming and going out of the household, which changes the household mix. And so there's some other stuff it's very similar. So she's very well versed in
If she can do it, that's great. My sense is with 138 units that have to be monitored, that's a big job.
The Coburn deed restriction doesn't require them to lower rents. It simply says that they can't rent to anybody who's not local. So it's up to them about whether and how they're going to reduce the rent to be able to fill the units. We have no role in the rent setting process at all.
But isn't it cause and effect? I mean, that's
It
my
is, but
understanding.
we're not
Right,
monitoring
okay.
the rents.
So it's not text specific, but the reality is if they want
Sure.
to fill the unit so it's not vacant, they would lower the rent.
They would, but again, we have no role in that. We don't know what the rents are. We don't necessarily care. It's just not part of what we're having the oversight over.
But the town's oversight is that this person works,
It's only occupancy.
yeah, works in the town of Truckee or the area.
The region, yeah.
Can I ask real quick? So just for the 5.1.1 in this big thing, it says the town employs a housing consultant grants coordinator to assist and monitor the town's affordable housing program and grants. Is that who you were talking about? Ah, that was one of my questions. Can you tell me her name again? Sorry.
Joanne Anders.
Anders?
Andres.
And does she?
Sorry.
She works for the town as an employee, or she's okay?
Contract. She's a former Nevada County employee. She's extraordinary.
If you look at our website under affordable housing, there's a link to her.
Thank you.
Okay, so back to question 2G.
Obviously, subject to every single budget. There may or may not be available dollars. This year, we were able to make it happen, but it was not easy.
So would this be a separate line item in addition to whatever in lieu housing fee is generating?
Yes, this is. I think this is intended to be, because in lieu housing fees have to go to housing. So if we generated those, they go into a fund that can't be used for anything but. These are general fund funds that we have been able to generate by doing better, creating some extra dollars that you've been able to use for Coburn. That's been the main.
Okay. So nodding heads or anyone, thumbs up? Okay. All right.
Double thumbs.
Okay, so moving on then to 2H.
This one I would just say that we would, if this is something that everyone's interested in, we would probably do this as part of our CDD report so that it's not something extra that we're producing, but yeah, it's just an idea.
And we currently don't have any of these properties actually that have housing potential, but we could end up with two quite quickly. There's a very small one that we've been, as part of the approval, it's a donation to town, and then there's our old courtyard. If we manage to make all that work, could be a possibility. So we could have two actual properties to monitor.
We don't have high altitude fitness yet because they don't have occupancy. Is that the?
They haven't transferred it.
They haven't transferred.
Have not transferred.
And that happens at occupancy, or that happens at building permit, or when does that actually happen?
It's prior to occupancy. We specified prior to occupancy because that gives them some time to get all their financing dialed in before they.
Okay. So yes.
Sounds good.
All good? Yep. You know, just one comment on that last one, 2H. I think what might be interesting, the Mountain Housing Council efforts have been looking at publicly owned land across all agencies, not necessarily just the town. And I think to the extent that maybe this is something that maybe it's the housing coordinator position or the continuation of whatever authority grows out of Mountain Housing Council, but that we keep a focus on public lands in our town boundary or other agencies. So it's not just an inventory of our, relatively small 1 or 2 acres, right? So anyway, that was my thought. So 2I.
So this one you're going to see is a little bit of overlap with questions 3 and 4, but I would just suggest focusing your discussion of should we include this specific language as a policy within the housing element for future action is really what it's saying. So we'll get to the other questions 3 and 4, which are slightly different than this, but really this one's focused on, do we want to go ahead and address the interest in rezoning before we do the general plan adoption?
Can I just open this up by saying, can we pause this and talk about it with 3 and 4 so we can get some public comment on this bulk of items? That would just be my recommendation.
I would recommend we put it with 3 because it's pretty much coincident with 3.
Yes.
Yep.
2J, jump on.
Okay. 2J.
Already happening. Mountain Housing Council's already exploring this as well. It's been on our work program. It's just a long conversation. This idea of working with the HOAs, there is this bill that's bouncing around that could help with that, state bill, help with that, which we are involved in.
I just add fourplexes, triplexes, duplexes.
So everyone pretty much agree with this one? Or? Yep. Okay. And then the last one as well, study additional funding
This is one of
sources.
those that we've already agreed to. You're doing it. We're actually, the polling is happening as we speak. We wanted to put it in because we thought it was pretty darn significant, and we thought the HCD would also. So this is one of those, we've already done it on our to-do list, and we're like saying we should do it on our to-do list.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right.
Affirming.
Very good. So we've got a couple of flags up there on the screen, and that means that we're going to open this up to public comment at this point. So if anyone has public comment, please step to the podium, state your name, please, and you'll have 3 minutes to offer your thoughts.
For the record, again, Pat Davison with the Contractors Association. Thank you. Just have 4 quick priorities. The achievable housing, of course, we support your review of that. Like Jeff's words, be thoughtful how we approach it. Would like the review or analysis to include what would happen if we extend the fee deferral reduction and waiver program to the achievable housing units as an incentive. So if that could please be included in that further analysis. The other things or priorities you mentioned, the duplex zoning overlay, strong supporters of that, the Veil and Deed program. You need all the tools in the toolbox. This is preservation as well as incentive tool. And the parcel tax, of course, we support. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat.
Yeah, Pat.
Any other public comment?
Hi, my name is Ward Fansler. I live in Truckee, and slide 2C was one that really support and liked the idea of hearing, rather than just looking at the duplexes, looking at triplex and fourplex. And it seems like there's a lot of money and time and effort to incentivize developers and help them find money to help with the problem of affordable housing. I hope we take the same eyes to incentivize the middle class homeowners that could really jumpstart developing their own properties to either be duplexes or triplexes, and then you're not only helping to solve the housing crisis, but you're creating entrepreneurs, you're strengthening the lower class and middle class homeowners. And right now I suspect fees and what it takes to create duplex, triplex out of your own home, there's a big barrier there, and we do a lot to try to remove barriers from developers. I hope we spend time and effort to remove the barriers for the average homeowner to put a accessory dwelling unit in their backyard or over their garage, or maybe sublet divide their house up into duplex or triplex. I think that's a very fast way to increase the inventory of affordable housing and help strengthen the community by participating in this financially and everything. So I think it's a big win than simply making things better for out-of-town developers. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And you said your name was Ward?
Ward
Fansler. Okay. Thank you, Ward. Appreciate it. Any other public comment on item 2A through K?
Okay.
All right. Seeing none, we'll close public comment then. And everyone okay, or we need a 5 minute?
I just wanted to say something real quick on that. I get nervous about the parcel tax thing because it's not a scalable fee. So you get people in, and I'm still trying to find out whether or not it applies to mobile homes if they own their property, or but it just makes me nervous because equal is not always fair. So that's all.
Yeah.
I don't know, or some of the tumble down structures or whatever. So I just get nervous about that.
Yeah, I had some notes on it as well. Thank you, Susie. I echo your comments. And my notes said high property taxes, and now with our minimal tax deductions, may be a tough one to sell. many costly assessments. Our special districts, we pay pretty high fees. And my thought is there might be additional funding opportunities. The money that the town had been giving the Mountain Housing Council might free up money, and maybe taking money from other pots and diverting it to these causes, kind of rethinking where we invest the town's money, which it sounds like, taking the $2 million from the general fund is a step in the right direction. But maybe less on marketing the town and more on securing locals' housing. I'm sure that's not going to be very popular, but I'll put that out there. Sorry, Chambers.
Okay. Any
Thinking outside the
other
box.
sort of closing thoughts on items 2A through K? All right, we'll move on to 3 then.
So 3 is asking the question about more process of what we would like to do. So we're in the end of year 1 for the general plan update, and we've got work going. Our consultants are doing stuff. The question is, since we've had interest in rezoning, and a lot of those rezone applications really aren't doing a lot of quick movement, and we've been talking about House Truckee First, we created that strategy to move housing towards the forefront of the general plan update. Do we want to continue on that same logic and, in essence, move the rezoning question before we finish out the general plan update? So that was the one that we kind of skipped before and wrapped into this one, with the idea of trying to expedite the opportunities for more housing. And the things that we kind of talk about in the staff report go towards some of the other things that might slow down because of that. And I know that there's been concern by different property owners and developers about, what does this mean to me? Because if I've put this effort in to submit an application to rezone and I have a good project that's different than the rezoning, although we process them together, this seems like a process that is new that would bog me down. And, we've been kind of looking at that from many angles as the staff of, we have, sort of limited time to do everything. And although we've been working with various applicants on whether it's a project or a rezone application with a project, they don't seem to be moving as fast as I think the council's been talking about, seeing them come in front of you and had that opportunity. And so we said, well, some of these hurdles I think have been environmental review process or just sort of uncertainty about the level of information that's needed to move these projects forward. And so the question came up of, well, if we were talking about doing the SB2 grant applications anyway, this seems like a perfect opportunity to kind of match all those different goals together. We just would have to recognize as part of that we'd probably slow down some aspects of the general plan update. It might take a little bit longer, which then might cost a little bit more. And then we might have to slow down some of the application review as part of that, depending on how many different types of rezone applications we would want to try and process all at the same time. Jeff, do you want to?
Yeah, a couple things to add. One, just a caution, both to commissioners, council members, and public. If you want to talk about a specific site, could you hold off until question 4? We have a recusal we need to do because of the specific bullet. So we're talking now about the generic idea first, and then we'll take a short break. Secondly, yeah, this one is both it's kind of fortuitous in that this money is suddenly available. It's apparently kind of almost virtually assured if we put the proposal together correctly, and Joanne always does. So we think we'll get $160,000. We suspect we would use that at least in part, if not entirely, on the consultant to work on the rezones, however many there would be, and as much sequel work as one could get out of that amount of money. It could be very beneficial to particular developers who are kind of stuck right now trying to figure out how to go through a rezoning or a general plan amendment process during a general plan, and the kind of things we've talked about multiple times here. But it isn't necessarily an assurance, because their project that they desire to do may not actually end up still fitting on the site or fitting with the kind of zoning that makes sense. I won't talk about the specific sites, but we do have, there's some sites in mind, because we can't do every site in town that developers have expressed interest in or that are certainly, kind of the available good housing sites with that 160. It would be So we would rather be selective. We think it's better to get a few projects that actually can go than to have a whole bunch of rezoning conversations that don't result in, getting something to happen. So we think it makes sense. It does. It will entail staff time, probably the housing coordinator, and certainly planning time both, which, as Danielle says, will take away from other things. We've got some. I've got specifically some ideas on some things that might be able to give a little, that would not slow down some of the important processes that you saw on the list an hour and a half ago. But it's another process for sure. But we're pretty supportive of it. We want to go for the funds no matter what, and you do have to tell them what you want to go for the funds for. So this would be a good time. If you don't like this idea, tell us, because we'll have to change the grant application.
We don't have to specify sites. So just to be clear about that, we just have to say that we would be using it to do rezoning, and maybe some generic ideas about how many units could be achieved out of that, but we don't have to be very specific.
But as Danielle said, if we're going to go a different direction, now would be a good time to give us some of that direction so that we can make sure we have the correct grant proposal.
We could only do this through the general plan update and not through the housing element update? Is that what you're saying?
No. So the general plan update will continue either in part or in total, no matter what, and it'll ultimately get done in total. This would be a way of accelerating a few sites faster than the general plan update. Some of the developers will probably tell you or tell us, gee, I think I'm still better off just pushing my single application through, and that may be true. It's not proving to be true for those development projects that are requiring major changes to zoning. So we think this would be a way of accelerating a certain number of sites, and we're really thinking more sites than projects at this point. We're thinking of the best housing sites when we get to that, to accelerate those and be able to pay for some of the costs that the developer would otherwise have to pay himself or herself.
Then how does this affect the housing element of it?
It's just, we would have a policy in the current housing element update, the thing that's going in August, that would say, use your SB2, go get SB2 funds, do the rezones of the following sites. So it's
An effort to achieve housing.
in an effort to achieve affordable and workforce housing.
Right.
So it would be a policy statement in the housing element, and then that would lead to the action, an immediate action, because the funds become available, I believe, July 1.
Okay, and that action would not require anything, would not be conditional on anything in the general plan update? Do you understand?
No.
No.
Okay.
I mean, we may have to do modifications to the general plan because we're going to be over our allotted density for much of what we would rezone.
The current.
The current general plan.
2025
Yeah.
general.
So that's what's always kind of awkward when you're doing this process while you're in general plan update, because in a perfect scenario, you'd have your general plan update, and then that would have already said, oh, as a future action, go do these rezoning applications. But what we're asking is, no, do you want us to expedite and do it ahead of doing the general plan update in its entirety?
As part of this housing element that we're redoing.
As an implementation.
As an implementation.
And it would obviously then, let's hypothetically say we rezoned 5 sites. Those would obviously feed right into the general plan land use map. Those would now become the new land uses that everyone would be looking at.
Nikki?
So this 160,000 to do the rezone, is that also going to take into account the land use oversight and kind of environmental review that would be required? Or I'm assuming,
Yes,
maybe
as
it's
much
not, but
much as possible.
my sense is that these rezones, well, I would advocate they aren't going to happen in a vacuum, and then that assessments would be done to determine whether this is appropriate or not, given the constraints, topography, et cetera. So that seems like that would be a significant cost. Has that been considered by the town in addition to the just act of hiring a consultant to do the rezone?
We don't know at this point how much the 160 will cover. We know it won't cover 12 sites and 12 CEQA reviews.
Yeah.
Probably a couple.
We're thinking in
With
the 5-ish range, and it will depend on the complexity, obviously, of each site.
And this would go through a public process?
Correct.
Planning Commission, Town Council?
Yes, and it could go in as a package. There could be like 5 rezones with a single CEQA document. It could be individuals. This is about as far as we've gotten.
But
What you see
ultimately,
here.
the decision makers will have
an opportunity to weigh in on what sites, because we know there's, maybe 15 sites out there, but this money won't capture all of it. So there'll be a prioritization process to determine which ones actually get.
Potentially in
reason.
5 minutes. I mean, we're asking that question.
Right.
Okay.
Susie?
So I just, sort of to take a step back from Nikki, I think she knows a lot more about this process than I do, but why does it take $160,000 to rezone 5 sites? Is it mostly CEQA studies? What, I mean,
It's programmatic CEQA review.
So
Yeah,
it's CEQA stuff.
It's looking at CEQA, it's doing the analysis involved to look at the appropriate densities, looking at traffic impacts, which are going to result, looking at the amendments to the current general plan that need to be made. It's quite a bit of work.
Okay.
Any other clarifying questions or comments? Or
I still need just a little bit more clarification. There's a statement in the staff comment about the planning staff cannot manage the general plan update and take the lead on rezoning several sites, et cetera, concurrently. So when we're saying the planning staff can't manage the general plan update and do the rezoning at the same time, one has to give, they're talking about the the staff is talking about the general plan update generally.
At the same
right?
pace that we're doing right now, under the same schedule that we had given the council.
Overall, the general plan update would slow down.
It would slow down.
It would slow down, and if council so directs or gives me general direction, I can bring back on the 28th an explicit proposal of how we think that would work. We've kind of we've thought through what might work, but we're not. We just don't have the detail, and it's a council work program kind of deal.
And we would want to talk with Ascent, our consultant for the general plan
Right, we
update
have
too,
not
to kind
had
of
a
look at
chance.
their timing of what their tasks are and how that would affect them.
Now, just to be crystal clear, if anyone's observing in the audience or out there, we are not talking about abandoning the general plan update in any way at all. It just may be certain parts of it that don't have to move as quickly would move slower.
So how many elements again in the general plan?
7.
7.
Maybe 8.
Maybe 8. So just for clarification, the proposal would be focus on housing first, which we've been talking about really all along.
Yeah, we see this as if you want to think about it, as a kind of completion of the housing first strategy that we started. We did the initial workshops, we got going, brainstorming, got some ideas, we put some of them in here. This would take that to kind of its logical kind of first conclusion. We also think, though, that the sustainability aspects of the general plan are equally important. So we're not talking about slowing down the climate action planning stuff at all, and because I think that's moving along with its own momentum, but we may be able to slow down a few other pieces that aren't as critical.
I'm a little conflicted on this because I feel like we're kind of rezoning in a vacuum, but at the same time we're accelerating housing. So it's kind of like, well, okay, what's more important?
And for some of you, we may wait until our mayor is recused for really to hone in, because it could actually depend on the actual sites.
Okay.
Certain sites are vastly more complicated than others, I think, is the reality.
Super quick question, the slowing down the general plan process, the GPAC had just been talking about actually increasing their meeting rate. Would that be in conflict with that?
It
Okay.
would.
That was a unanimous nod.
But, so if you could bear with us on the staff capacity question, because we don't have an explicit proposal for you. But I think the answer to that is the GPAC also said they wanted a housing subcommittee, if you recall, and we said it's too much. We're not prepared to do that, and this would essentially sort of create that. So it's I think I would beg for your indulgence a couple of weeks till we have a proposal that's explicit on that.
3 other people nodded though when I said that.
Yeah, no, we can't. It's less not.
Well, and to
It
be
would likely shift the focus of the GPAC solely or mostly to housing and sustainability. And then other aspects of the general plan would wait.
So,
Thank you.
and I'll at least chime in here quickly, is, I specifically asked that question of Jeff. I asked specifically, can you give us an outline of these constraints and opportunities and how this affects staff time, and he gave me the same answer that you're giving tonight. So thank you for the consistency. But I think that's fair. I mean, I would be one to say I'm in favor of this. I think it creates opportunities that we are hearing about and we know are out there, but have been challenging. So I would at least be in favor of giving this 2 weeks to flesh out before we either kibosh it or not, based on some competing priorities, and in that time, I'd love to hear from some GPAC members, hey, what's happening? Because I haven't heard much. So getting both sides might be helpful as we deliberate this moving forward in the next 2 weeks.
I have had some conversations with the chair and vice chair of the GPAC about this possibility to start thinking about, just to be able to come tonight, and they both felt supportive of this idea of focusing the GPAC's efforts. I think it's a different way of looking at it, or refocusing for a while.
I think that's a good way to frame it. It's definitely a chicken and the egg thing. I love your analogy of zoning in a vacuum. But it's clear that we've kind of got some constraints on some key potential properties that we need some more time and opportunities to really unlock. So I'm also a little conflicted about this one. I really would like to see the holistic process, but we don't necessarily have the luxury of time.
So, clarifying question: is this sort of suggesting that if we go the rezone, sort of accelerating rezoning and focus on housing, that we wouldn't be processing applications that are currently in process that may be wanting to rezone on their own?
No,
It's not a one or the other, is it?
Not one or the other. We would
Okay.
still do that because there are probably some projects that for their own timing just wouldn't work, or because of the complexity of what they might need, just wouldn't match up well with having the town be the lead on that. But that's, a time component that Jeff's talking about that we're still going to sort through. And one of the things that we do have the benefit of is that we track our hours. So one of the things we can bring back to you, which I had started today but didn't finish, was more along the lines of, what does your planning staff do? Like, where does their time go? So we'll have that data for you.
Okay.
Well, this is rezoning of sites. This is not approval of projects that are proposed.
It could well work hand in hand.
Yeah.
In the absence of some form of limited moratorium, which the council has not been eager to do in the past, we couldn't tell applicants not to apply. So we don't have a mechanism for saying, no, you can't continue an application. What we hope, though, is that if we pick a few sites that make sense and can move fairly quickly, that we'll end up in a process of a much higher level of cooperation. I think one of the things, and I'll be the one to say it, that sort of needs to be said, is this planning group is being hammered by applications right now, many of which do not fit our general plan and zoning. They're interesting, and they're cool, and they all have the word housing in them, and each one of them has interesting components, and several of them, I will say, more than several, are problematic and causing a lot of both time and money and angst and not moving along. And so we're hoping that there might be more of a partnership arrangement if we can make the zoning and the projects sort of linked. Of course, I'm probably being optimistic, but I'm being optimistic.
And I would only add that only property owners who are willing to have that kind of relationship are, at least in my mind, should even be considered. If they're not willing to work with us in partnership and they don't want to go this route, we don't want to force them down this route by any stretch of the imagination. This is us taking the lead on environmental review rather than them. So, to be clear, if we do come back to this in 2 weeks, that absolutely has to be part of the conversation.
Let me just ask you a hypothetical in that sense. So let's say the Planning Commission and Town Council, with town staff's advice, believe property X should be zoned for a certain thing. you're saying if the property owner and or the developer is not interested in that rezoning, we should just not go
in
down
this
that path.
expedited process.
Okay, fair enough.
They can
I
go
just
back
wanted to
into the
clarify.
general plan if, for all I care.
Okay.
But if,
And do their own research.
But not this expedited process.
absolutely not.
The general plan conversation.
I mean, we're talking about taking $160,000 of public money and putting it
Yep.
towards costs that they would otherwise be responsible
Yes.
for.
Is-
It's a benefit to them, and if they don't
They
see
need to
that,
wanna
that's
play
their
ball with it.
problem. Yeah.
Is there a quick overview of which ones are and which ones aren't?
Can't talk about that yet.
But I mean, coming.
Yes.
Okay, I
Very
read
soon.
through, but I can't remember which ones.
Very, very, very.
Okay, can we take a break?
So, Nikki,
I was just going to make a comment.
Okay.
Or I could give an opinion. I mean,
Yeah,
if we
why don't-
wanted to
I can do it.
start
I
it.
think we've had
So
most of-
I'll
yeah.
kind of tie in back to what I had, with that question I had asked about the expenditure of funds and resources. I want to reiterate, I'm cautiously supportive of this. I do feel like this could be a slippery slope. Again, land use and environmental review must go hand in hand with the rezoning. To echo Jerusha, we cannot do this in a vacuum. The sites must be vetted for increased development potential. I feel like what was done with Upper MacIver Dairy was a failure. I think it's going to come back to haunt us, and I don't want to see that happen again. And I hope that this process would not result in something like that again, where, in my opinion, there was little to no environmental review, assessment of constraints, development potential, or whatnot, or what those issues are, and just an increase in property value for the landowner. And again, there was no restriction on the units. Like, that increased density did not have any overlay or deed restriction for locals housing or affordable housing or anything. So we took a non-developable lot and basically said you can do 90 units market rate. I mean, yeah, you probably have to do the inclusionary, but so I see the potential benefit of this. I see that opportunity, but I also think we need to be very smart about it and take a measured, large perspective approach to this.
I echo that statement fully, and I only add that my extra caveat is that existing residential or mixed use to some extent be considered as we move this forward, and I am extremely hesitant to look at light commercial, light industrial, manufacturing, some of the other uses that we are potentially at risk of losing. So that's my extra caveat on top of Nikki's cautiously optimistic statements.
Yeah. I understand 3A to be essentially, it's a matter of where staff spends its time. It's not about changing the standards or lowering them or loosening or letting things go by. So the concerns that Nikki raises, I think, are all things that would be addressed in connection with things that are expedited. It just means staff is going to devote its time to these projects and try to move them through faster, not sloppier, but faster. It should address some concerns we hear from the construction industry and the development industry. The staff takes too much time to process their applications or doesn't adequately understand them, or those sorts of things.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have anything to add. I'm in agreement with this.
Susie.
I missed the previous comments. I have a quick question of when are we picturing the housing coordinator to come online?
Well, the budget gets adopted on June 30, is that correct, I believe?
Okay, so sometime maybe in July, August.
Approved the first meeting in July.
Okay, so in June. So if it's approved in June, we can go out and recruit. Yes, October 1st. that would be probably
If they can find housing.
if we can find someone who's willing to come and do this job after all the pressure we put on this person, yes, it would be. I would think fall would be the soonest, but that's, we'd go as fast as we could.
Okay, and then will you come back to me so that I can at least hear, if someone can quickly recap?
Oh.
Okay, well, Nikki.
I brought up, I said I was cautiously optimistic and supportive, but I had huge promotion of land use and environmental review, and I brought up Upper McIver Dairy as an example of how this should not go forward as a failure, in my opinion, and I would not want that to happen again.
And this process would not be considering the rezone of something for less housing.
It could.
Well,
I'm asking.
That's a good question.
That is.
That is a great question. I mean, that certainly wasn't contemplated because all of these are sites that the idea would be to provide, more opportunity for affordable and workforce housing. I suppose in theory, if one determined one of these sites just had too many constraints and didn't make sense, it could. But these are either mixed use or housing sites, but we're getting into the sites again.
Well, and I think just
we can't do that right now.
Generally speaking, not talking about specific sites, but we probably wouldn't want to have language in the housing element that the state would catch on to that says we're downzoning something. That just would be a red flag, I think. Even if it was justified with a balance somewhere else, I think, that's sort of maybe a separate thing to discuss.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I've already expressed my opinion. It's kind of it's a good thing, bad thing. But I think if we manage it properly, yeah.
I wanted to actually thank the town for sort of taking a risk on this, or not a risk, but adding to your workload, reprioritizing everything to try and make this happen and to try and get more housing in our community. I am slightly conflicted, but I think we should do it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, looking at the question on the screen, I think the short answer is yes. But I would also agree with, I think, Nikki, what you articulated, that, it needs to be done thoughtfully, carefully, considering a whole host of, factors, environmental, et cetera. So maybe with that, we'll take public comment and then we'll break.
Yeah,
after
we'll
that.
take a break.
Yeah. Okay. So any public comment on this particular item?
Not on specific sites.
Not yet.
If you please. So, for
on the general question here, and if you wouldn't mind.
Kudos to staff. Great solution to several problems. I was really glad to see it. And the other comment, agree 100% with Councilmember Pallavi. Public money should be used in this for owners that agree. That's it from me. No other comment.
Thank you. And your name is Pat. Okay.
I'll be really quick, and I will have a comment later on specific sites, but this is just a general observation. I'm Lynette Diaz with Urban Planning Partners, representing Truckee Tahoe Lumber, but also doing other work in the town, worked on the rail yard over the years, and have been attending all of the workshops on the housing stuff. And just one observation that I made is you guys put a lot of work into the workshops that you had on housing. They were really great. A lot of people came out and participated. And I'm really glad to hear the support of this being prioritized, because I would hate to see too much time lag between the time that all those people came out and spent and provided really good input on very specific sites, all these rezonings, which ultimately ended up not being necessary to meet the town's RENA, but there was a lot of thought and time put into reviewing those sites. That's it for now.
Thank you, Lynette.
Hi, Shauna Doherty, Mountain Housing Council. Love the accelerated rezoning, upzoning concept. Couple things that I feel strongly about is that this gets looked at as a program, and that there's very clear criteria set for who gets in and what your criteria is for things like this is an incentive. This is a huge incentive, and so it should be selective as far as who is in that program. I love the idea of looking, if you want to propose your project or your parcel for this, show us how many deed restrictions. What are your AMI targets? What are the environmental factors, not just for the implications of the environmental side, but will it fit in our $160,000 budget we're kind of working in? And I love the idea of packaging up several projects and doing one EIS. Land use compatibility, walkability, close to transportation. Are you partnering? Are you meeting an unmet need that we don't have here? Do we have confidence in your project that it's going to create long-term housing? Show us what you mean by that. And also, what about a mix when you look at all the projects together? Do we have rental and we also have maybe for sale? So those are and then also to set the expectation that we're wrapping our arms around an expedited program. It's not for everybody. And that this is unique. And I also am incredibly impressed that staff is continuing to be creative with the amount of work that you have. And this is just an example of being nimble and responsive. And also realizing that how we're going to get our housing is we need to be responsive to our private investment dollars that are interested in being here. And if we delay, they're gonna go away and go to another community. So love it. Set really clear criteria and AMI levels so we know sort of who's getting this amazing incentive. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Shauna. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment, and I think you've got direction on this one.
Yep.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to be recusing myself as I'm involved with one of the bulleted projects on the list for number 4, and then Vice Mayor Goodwin will preside. Okay,
and it is our last question.
And
it's getting close to 8 o'clock, but
and there's plenty of fruit and.
I was thinking maybe.
Lunch. Are we on now?
Yeah, I know. I did 11.
All right.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Are you
Great.
scrolling through the?
Welcome back, everyone. So Mayor Tierman is recused, and so we will jump right into question 4. Which sites should be identified as future housing opportunity rezone sites? Jeff or Danielle?
Let me begin with this one. So for the housing element update itself, we would not actually have to identify specific sites. So if there was a level of discomfort, simply having the policy there that says we will, look at a series of candidate sites would presumably be a positive thing to the state. Certainly there's no negatives there. But we thought that the reality is there are going to be some real sites, so let's put them out there and get the conversation started now. So this isn't necessarily have to be in housing element. We picked out sites that were,
This list is the full list on the screen.
Page 7 is the list that we pared it down to. And these would be, I would call them candidates to be candidates, meaning we don't think we could do all of these. I think there are 8 of them or something of that nature. A couple of them could be quite easy because they're either town or about to be town owned, but that still doesn't mean it's easy. So we may pare even the list of 7 or 8 down a bit, but these would be the ones that we think were the ones that are the most logical. And the primary reasons for our pairing was a very quick, and we can't pretend that we did criteria analysis and selection and sieving, but we did a quick thought process on that because we all know these sites well. Near or in downtown, capable of supporting mixed use and or housing at fairly substantial amounts, with the exception of the tiny town site, which does not fit that category. Town owned or about to be town owned, which are 2 of them. Properties that have been long in the rezoning queue, if you will, with private developer applicants who really seem motivated to move forward for the most part, again, except for the town sites, which we haven't really even put in the hopper before. And those were kind of the reasons, I think, that we thought the ones that didn't make the quote cut, and I hate to say it that way, but they were sites that had substantial amount of environmental and or access constraints, pretty obvious ones: floodplains, steep slopes, poor access. Ones that were really very large in scale, like, the Hilltop Master Plan, which is clearly part of the general plan update, and just a complete undertaking. It would absorb well more than the 160, frankly, just because of its scale and size and complexity. And a couple others of that nature that sort of didn't make this first cut. But I think what we would be saying is we would first go after the SB2 money. We would then try to continue to scope this out. We would try to analyze how far that money would spread, what we could actually do with it, and then we would probably hope to narrow these down again to maybe 5. Again, it depends. I think for example, the high altitude fitness could be a very simple one because it's a very tiny site and the town could own it. But the others, they all have complexities of various types. So we're kind of hoping we can identify some actual sites. We think that pushes us along, but as I say, we don't absolutely have to, but we think we've got motivated landowner developers. We think we've got very logical real sites for some potential good projects. But it's very important to distinguish, we're talking about rezoning sites, not necessarily approving projects, right? Because the project may or may not be exactly what the site can handle right now. So we don't want a landowner developer thinking like, oh, this is my project approval. It is clearly not.
It's a healthy dose of measured caveats and
specialty.
But no, it's helpful because I just want to acknowledge that what we're doing here is we're looking to bring extra resources into a process that is creating essentially partnerships, but it's not unlimited green light, and so it's something that requires trust. And so it's not a blank check kind of trust. We're talking about building this up piece by piece.
And all the things that Nikki and I think others mentioned about, a thoughtful process, we're vetting, we're analyzing, we're looking at things like traffic and parking is exactly the point here. That's exactly what we would be doing, not what was done with MacGyver, which was simply an attempt to get in under the wire of the housing element to get us a site.
I think it would be helpful to do questions and then discussion rather than, I think we've kind of jumped into both at once, but let's just do questions first.
I have a question. Is there a sense from staff that these rezones, and essentially most of them are upzoned, except maybe the dairy, is there some sense of an overlay, or that there would be a workforce, locals, achievable, affordable, whatever you want to call it, requirement above and beyond inclusionary, or we're just upzoning development opportunity?
We haven't even gone that far down the path yet. I think this was more because we have these, whether it's application or interest from different property owners and developers, that we wanted to kind of do the full analysis first. And I think as part of that, some of these will shake out, and then through that discussion, because it's not going to be tied specifically into the housing element, there'll be a lot of flexibility for those types of discussions to happen, of whether it's necessary or not, or if we have other policies that are in place that satisfy those requirements, whatever it is.
And I'd also like to note the Gray's Crossing site is noted on here as Site G. That one probably, it has a process now beginning, a conversation, which I think many of you are aware of, that we're going to be doing. So that one probably has its own process at this point. Yet another process we're involved in. But
Does that mean it's not sort of in the SB2 lit?
It might be. I think we looked at
Depends on
that one
that
and said
process.
depends on the timing of the process that we've started, but certainly there would be benefit in doing any environmental review that would be needed. But we don't quite know yet what that would be, because we don't know what the density is.
yeah, potentially very logical properties, but obviously some delicate and sensitive conversations going on about that. Important conversations with neighborhood.
My question was just simply the SB2 money. Is this like a one-time shot this year and it goes away? Yep. That's it. Just boom, one and done. I gotcha. And 160 is the max request.
Yeah, I mean, the state could bring it back. We don't know. I think they want to do an assessment of how valuable that money has been, what they've gotten for their money, essentially. Because really the big drive by the governor right now is to get housing units built.
Right.
And so if this is just doing process work, I don't think he's going to be as interested in refunding it, that he might switch it to something that either has more strings attached to it or is different.
Great. Very helpful. Thank you.
This is the one item that actually has proposed language for it, and what I would like to clarify is the list what we already see on page 7, or could that list be changed or become broader?
Yes. It could be changed, it could be broader, it could be narrowed, it could be eliminated actually in the housing element.
Okay, because you do have parenthetically list sites in the language of the proposed.
Right, that would be our preference because we think that makes a stronger policy, plus it gives clear direction to staff on what to do, but we could continue to work on the list.
Yeah, I was just thinking of one of the comments we just heard about making sure we have all these factors considered, all the things Shauna Doherty went through, and I don't know if what she envisions, how closely it comports to what staff envisions with this proposal.
Yeah, I mean, this is really a very more basic question, I would say, than that of, do we want to even look at these sites? And if so, are we going to include this as a policy in the housing element to look at these? I think we've talked about that there would be a separate process where we would do that assessment of what these sites are and whether or not there should be criteria, because the town would be doing a lot of the work. But we haven't gotten that far.
And we haven't gotten far enough to, in concrete, know which sites we're talking about.
Well, other than what's in this analysis.
Oh, at least these, then, on page 7.
Yeah, in this report, there is in that appendix, there was a quick analysis that Danielle did on each site. I mean, it's not that these sites are, we know a lot about them and we know the pros and cons. That's why we picked these 7, or I guess it's 8, as the possible, the best candidates, but not necessarily the final list.
But in a few weeks, or in August, somebody could show up and say, listen, I think you ought to look at this site too. Would there be flexibility for that?
Once we do the contract for the SB2 money, presumably that contract would have to be set.
Okay.
In other words, the consultant would say, how many sites am I doing? What are they, right?
Right. Okay.
What was that?
Oh, Jan had kind of posed the question. I think I thought I heard Jenna say no, and you said no, and I was saying, was that true? Because if it is, that we should know that. Like, no, this is the list. It's not. There isn't opportunity for others to come forward. I mean, I was curious.
Well, for example, one of the comments earlier said that if the landowners are not interested, we wouldn't do it. If all of these landowners are uninterested, we would have none left. So we just, we don't absolutely know. That's.
We would have the 2 town sites.
We may not be interested either.
This has been developed over a period of months worth of discussions with developers and property owners to understand who is interested. And there are a few that are willing to kind of go on their own and move it forward for whatever reason. They think we might be too slow or whatnot.
Right.
So really, I think what we see here, at least on page 7, are the ones that we think have at least known environmental constraints, willing property owners. Again, we know that all of these won't necessarily move forward through the SB2. I'm probably pretty loud enough. Okay. Through the SB2 funding. So it may be possible that out of these 8, that only 3 or 4 actually get selected by the town to be funded through that money.
Does this list become firm then on August 15th or before then? August 15th is when
It doesn't necessarily have to be in the housing element, correct?
Right.
I mean,
You don't need to identify the exact sites in the housing element since this isn't part of a policy of any sort. I'm over here. But I think if you do identify 8 sites and you only and you want to go beyond that, I think you're locked into the 8 sites. But so it might be in your interest to not put in the list if you want to keep it open for as long as possible before we actually lock it in with a consultant and move forward with the project.
I mean, you could still provide the direction to us, whether it was tonight or if through Jeff's separate meeting, to say, these are our preferred.
This is a working
sites.
list right now.
Yes.
I see.
It is a working list, but like we were saying, if it gets included in the housing element's going to get shipped over to the state for their 60-day review period, hopefully before June 1st. Right. So we don't have a lot of time to make modifications really before we do that. And we do plan on having the full public review draft available for GPAC's review next week. So we're crunching to get this pulled together.
But it doesn't.
So we should finish up here.
It doesn't have to be in here. That's what we're saying, is that if there's really just total discomfort about which ones, then don't put the list in there. And I think that's fine. And just, separate discussion, we'll understand what you're talking about as far as direction.
And so barring using this list, what we would need to do then is agree to some criteria. Right? Is that what we're looking at talking about here, or just specifically this list?
The way I would answer that is, if we make kind of a choice here to not include any list and just go with the policy housing element, it's fine. If we then decide to come back with a staff report to town council with a set of criteria and a list of pros and cons and a list of sites, we will have made ourselves another process, which my prediction is will be as long as the process it took to decide on the moratorium. I'm just being frank. I don't think that is an appropriate idea at this point. I think what would be preferable would be, it's perfectly okay to do whatever we want for the housing element, frankly, this draft. No list, okay. But what I think we need to do is apply for the funds, do a very careful analysis with the consultant of how far those funds will actually go. In the meantime, talk to the likely property owners again for the X number of times, but really try to make everyone understand, this is what you're getting, this is, what's going to happen, here's how it's going to work, because people get very nervous, as appropriately as they do. And then craft that list at that point and bring it forward. I'm really hesitant to create that process because of just how volatile these sites are. Yeah. Anyway, that's my 2 cents on that.
So you are suggesting that you don't want specific site direction but you do, and neither criteria tonight.
We think this list, we like the list.
Oh, you like the list, and you don't want to narrow it
What I'm
down.
saying is, if this group has discomfort with any sites or wants to start to work with it or wants to create a process to create the list, I think that's where I have a little discomfort.
So what I understand this is sort of asking us to do is take a list of 12 sites, and this group kind of agree that these 8 are probably the best ones to pursue, to name and call out.
Yes.
And acknowledging that some of those might get pulled off as we go, but that there's sort of just a flow and a sequence and a rhythm to it. And we could get on a different track through a different process, but we're not sure that that would actually benefit anything.
So no melody.
So that's our.
I have a question.
Sorry, Nikki.
I have a question about a site, because it's a big site, the Gray's Crossing. Does that include all of the parcels that have not been developed that were part of the specific plan?
Yes.
Is that the staff's thought,
Yeah,
not just?
FD and cottages.
Yeah, not the single family, but the cottages D and F. Yeah.
Okay.
And again, that one is it would be highly likely that that one would not end up in the ultimate study, if you'll call it a study, only because I suspect that the process that will be, the neighborhood process that will be ongoing for a while. So I think it won't be ready, but that's just my prediction.
I have a thought.
Any other questions on either the process or why these specific sites and not others are on the list?
I'm doing thumbs up.
No, look at your evolution.
It's just like 180 over
I know,
here.
right?
It's 10 after 8.
Yeah.
Any discussion on this? We have one thumbs up. Any other discussion?
Public comment and
We're
then
just
discussion?
doing a thumbs up
That's
for
right,
this
public
list
comment.
as a whole. We're not like ranked choice voting, or we're just.
No prioritizing, no, just keep it to the 8.
No thoughts.
You want to do public comment?
Because it's interesting, this is not 8 on here.
We've been.
But then the 8 that's on page 7 is.
That's the full list.
We'll do public comment after. I was going to get.
Sure. Okay.
So,
Initial feelings, yeah.
I mean, I would just say a thumbs up for me on this list. This feels like the right step.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Jerusha, Anna.
Yeah. I think it's a really great opportunity, and we have some sites that we could unlock in this process, and I think that's a good plan.
My only caveat, sorry to delay, is just site I, because I believe that is going to impact either some business housing, some business zoning, and or some non-residential zoning, more so than all of the others. So that would be my only caveat. I would prefer, on almost all of the others, I see predominantly residential zoning already and only looking at upzones. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Site C would fall in that same category.
Well, and
I'm-
Site B also, because that's downtown commercial.
That's downtown
mixed
commercial
use.
and downtown mixed use, so I'm sort of, those I'm okay with. It's really the outlier that potentially just doesn't jive as well with me. But B and C, I'm more comfortable with proceeding specifically.
So I think to clarify, I think they took, Site A, Jurger Ranch, I think was the one that's the housing adjacent to the biz zone, is that
Correct.
correct? And
it,
that's
okay,
been taken
sorry.
off the list. I personally support that to be upzoned and was never a huge fan of the biz zoning, to be honest. I don't really think it's the best location, but I accept staff's recommend, the diminished list. I think housing would be fine on phase 3 of Jurger. Again, to reiterate, here's a huge, a PC 3 that doesn't have any housing at this point, and yet will create many, many, many jobs. So I think we want to try to deal with that. And The other note I made a couple notes. One was, I like the idea of Gray's Crossing being part of this. I understand perhaps why it wouldn't be, but I see the cottage site as an opportunity for some of perhaps the duplex, triplex, this mixed, little homes, tiny homes, cottages, duplex. Like, I think there's an opportunity for kind of a mix of these housing types that we've talked about tonight.
It may be ready. We've created this process, and I feel we need to honor it. So it could move quicker than we think.
I'm just putting that out there. I mean, I would love to see it come to fruition from what it was intended to be, which was, true locals housing of the kind of smaller home type. And then I had highlighted high altitude fitness. That seems like low hanging fruit. That could be a great opportunity.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Let's take public comment on this item, and council will have a chance for more discussion to wrap up. But
Hi, Shauna Doherty, Mountain Housing Council. Just a couple of questions. Aren't there requirements in SB2 that are going to drive sort of what income targets? I mean, the intention of that dollar, those state dollars, are for certain AMI levels.
There are some criteria within that, and so we've just started going through the application, so I can't give you 100% of what the breakdown of all that is, but those are things that we're going to have to look at, that not every site is going to be right for certain types of income levels based on what the projects are that have come forward yet.
Okay, so just to be clear, I still want to reiterate that I believe that this is an incentive and that it should go towards locals housing. And I guess I'm a little confused by some of these are commercial. Are we offering upzoning a site that could potentially be used as vacation and they get that incentive? So
Maybe
is
rezone to residential from commercial.
Or there could be a
maybe
mixed
an
use.
Or mixed use or an overlay.
with a restriction that it would be for locals housing, AMI TBD?
We haven't gotten that far yet.
Right. I guess it's just, there's a list of projects, and it's not, we're not talking about the criteria. I mean, so I guess without the criteria, I'm just putting that it would be really great that this great incentive that you're offering would go towards upzoning on parcels that would manifest the housing that we want to see, not just upzoning for parcels and we hope it works out for our housing. The SB2 funding is created to create more housing for people that work and live in the area. So I just want to be clear that that is a criteria to measure against all of these. That seems obvious, but is that, it doesn't seem like all those are housing. So are we offering them potentially to be in our upzoning program, and it could be commercial, it could be.
So, staff, are we clear that the whole reason we're doing this is to create locals housing?
Yes. Yeah, it's
We don't
clearly for
know-
housing. What we can't know at this point is percentages. I mean, in other words, if our current inclusionary says 15, we don't have a rule that says you're not in if you don't do 25, or we don't have that at this point. But the whole idea is housing. The whole idea is finding ways to unlock additional housing. That's what this whole process is for.
Great.
We could create an overlay.
Yeah, a lot of
Kathleen Egan, I would just like to underscore what Shauna has brought up. This is an incentive, and if it's an incentive, it ought to be going exactly to the type of housing that we absolutely need. When I listen to people in the community talk about housing, need for workforce housing, one of the things people are apprehensive, not everyone, but many people are apprehensive, and then they come back and say, well, I can get there if I know it's going to go to locals. That's their cut point. So I think the point that Shauna is making is really an important one, and I just want to reemphasize that. That is the cut point where people can make the transition to density or whatever it might be, but they know it's for locals. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Good evening, Council and Commission members. Alexis Aller, Mountain Area Preservation. I just want to appreciate how staff has sort of refined this list from a very large, complex list to, I think, some potentially really fruitful sites for housing, and also really understanding the constraints, the land use constraints, and let's not waste our time looking at sites with steep slopes and ingress egress issues. Let's take time to rezone sites that can be fruitful for achievable housing, locals housing. I also think that, one of the questions that came up in reviewing this for me is that there must be some sort of internal criteria that staff used to identify these sites, and so it'd be nice for the public to better understand that, what the criteria staff is looking at to identify these 8 sites. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and planning commissioners. My name is Sohail Siddiqui. I actually am the property owner. The site that is listed here as number D Gateway site. This is a 19.5 acre land. It has 2 aspects to it. There are about 17.5 acre piece of land that kind of sits on the hill. And then we have 2 acre of general commercial land right on Donner Pass Road. Initially, we started to work on a mixed-use project, and as we submitted our initial application to the town planners, we were encouraged to consider becoming part of the housing element, and for a number of reasons. Prior to submitting the application, we have been talking to a lot of our neighbors just to understand what is the good use of that property. And clearly everybody came to us and said, hey, we need housing. We need housing. Give us as much housing as you can. We started to have more specific conversation with one of the largest employer, the hospital. And they said they're really hurting for the housing, and our site is very appealing to them just because of the walkability. And then we started to engage with other potential employers like PUD, the school district, the airport district. All of them are interested. They find our property. So the point I want to make is this is one of those ideal sites that actually what you guys were talking about, a true partnership. This is a partnership with the town to address the housing crunch they're in, partnership with the neighbors to give them the desperately needing housing, and also a win-win situation for us. So we are really anxious to work with you. We really would like you to consider our site to be part of the housing element. And we are proposing about up to 80 units with ample parking, it's going to still be in compliance with the height requirements of 50 feet that is required on the Donner Pass Road. Our current zoning is general commercial. We would like that to be changed to a DMU zoning that will give us the concentration that we are looking for. And also kind of address the FAR issues that comes along with that. So that would be really, really helpful for us. Lastly, I just want to make sure that town understands that we are anxious and eager to get this thing going. So for us, we have been sitting on this property, unlike others, but for us, it's been almost 2 years, and we've been working at it. So we would like to get the development going as soon as possible, so that's why the expedited process is very appealing to us, and we'll work with the town to just, give you what you guys need. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahil. All right. This is the last call for the evening for public comment, so not seeing any. Any more? We'll close public comment on this. Thank you. Maybe 2 questions specifically that I heard that I want to pull out for staff, and then we'll circle back to any more deliberation. Jeff, I think you touched on this a bit in terms of what criteria did staff use to select the sites.
But I think it's a fair question, and so just for the record now, let's reiterate that.
Yep. And again, kind of loosely, this wasn't a long analytical process by any means, but in or near downtown, mixed use or higher density housing potential, with the exception of the sort of tiny town site having substantial ability to produce some units. So it wasn't just a very narrow site. And then I guess you'd say town-owned, because the two that are potentially town-owned. And will at least a history over the last months or even years of some landowner and developer interest in doing housing and trying to come up with something creative, but not quite being able to get it with the current zoning. I don't know if that's a criteria exactly, but it's kind of it's the circumstance we find several of these properties. Is that fair? You guys? We didn't. Again, it was not a formal criteria setting.
Well, and I would say sort of known environmental constraints or access issues that we felt would, likely delay review of those sites. So trying to pick some less complex sites, at least from an environmental perspective.
And then the other question, just echoing Shauna and Kathleen, what are the types of mechanisms that we might even consider to bridge the gap between zoning, which is simply density, what can you build and how high, and who lives there, which is more of a project as opposed to a zoning designation? But how do we, obviously we want to link these two in this case.
Well, I mean, our standard techniques are deed restriction of, a certain number of units or to certain things, either affordability or locals.
Would that happen at the rezone process?
It's typically not a zoning thing.
Typically a project level condition.
Yeah.
So, again, the question is, we're putting all this work into rezoning, but does that give us any assurance that the project that comes forward will actually be a locals housing
I mean,
project?
we can do an overlay restriction if that's something we're interested in. As an example, right now we have in the river corridor a separate kind of overlay map within our zoning maps that say what you can and can't do sort of within the river corridor to make it easier for people to understand, but without having to change the zoning. It's just sort of this added feature of what you can do. And I think we could look at something similar if that's important for this, where we say, okay, if we're going to go through this process and do these rezones, then for those particular sites, the overlay then becomes no short-term rentals, or because Andy said we can do that. And then other objective criteria, because that's really an important factor to consider, is that we really can't do anything that's subjective. And we might be able to have some design criteria to kind of cap the size of the units that could be built, but that doesn't always translate into direct affordability. So, the locals housing is another kind of complexity of that. So I think that we're going to have to get very creative with what that looks like. We can start looking at other jurisdictions and see if they have anything that's in place. But definitely something like an overlay with even just short-term rentals would be a good starting point to look at. And then from that, kind of figure out, do we want to add in sort of a minimum affordability within that of percentages or something like that. But you can do it through your zoning.
Yeah, and the town's inclusionary ordinance will apply. I mean, whether or not the town takes any other action, I mean, that's there. The other thing to keep in mind is that some of these may require density bonuses, which require affordability covenants and affordability levels in order to get the density bonus. And the other thing, truthfully, that staff and the council can do is to not accept any alternative equivalent proposals. I mean, if you really want to see the inclusionary ordinance be fulfilled for a particular project, you could just say, we don't want to see any kind of exotic or arcane alternative proposals. We just want to see what we want to see in the ordinance.
So what I'm hearing is there's not a direct one-to-one, but there are a couple different options that we should be considering.
Right, it's not a simple answer, but there are ways to get, I think, to most of what you're trying to get.
What I was going to say is zoning isn't just about the number and the density assigned to it, but it's also what's allowed in that district. So we could create a new zone district that doesn't allow single-family rentals, sorry.
Single family.
It's late.
All right.
Short-term rentals in single-family zones or multifamily zones. So we can tweak the allowed uses as well.
Great. Thank you. All right.
I know this is.
Council,
Go
go Nikki first.
ahead.
I was just gonna say, could an overlay related to the inclusionary, because yeah, we know we've got the existing, could these overlays say we're gonna do a 20 or 30%, whatever, maybe we see what that increase of zoning created and make that an equivalent affordability number? Is that something that we could do?
I suppose you could. I guess I'm gonna throw in here a note of I don't know what. I hope it isn't a negative note, but what we're trying to accomplish is to get some more near-term housing, and of course it's the housing, some forms of housing that would be positive for community, obviously. But we also have to recognize that these are real developers who are going to only do projects that make sense to them from a development perspective. If we automatically apply a set of zoning restrictions that render if you think about it, $160,000 divided by, let's say, 4 is $40,000 of value. That's the value they're getting. $40,000 of value, if you were thinking of a $20 million development project, isn't going to buy you much. So I just want to set realistic expectations here that I think we have to work with the developer landowner. We could end up in a position where we don't particularly like the project. And in fact, that's why we keep saying what we're talking about here are the best sites. We don't know if the project that the current developer landowner is going to match to that site will be one that you, the commission and town council, will ultimately like, or staff for that matter, that we ultimately will feel good about, right, when we go for a development permit or whatever. So I just want to be cautious about putting so many shackles on this that in fact from the get-go, with the exception of the 2 town-owned properties, there's no possibility of a project. Now, I may be wrong, right? There may, for example, Gray's Site D was intended to be entirely affordable. That would certainly meet the test if that's the way we can work it out. But I just want to be careful of that because I think we are working here with real landowners, real developers, and if we really want real housing, we have to be, able to be a partner on both sides of that table. And I can't believe I'm saying this. in my role as affordable housing guy.
I'm looking at it this way. It's $160,000 that goes to the town. It's about paying this money for the town to carry out rezoning on 8 sites. That's $20,000 a site for the town. And the criteria that the town considers includes proximity to services, ability to physically accommodate increased housing density, and the ability to meet community affordable housing needs. These are all benefits that are in the general plan that I subscribe to. I want to see increased density along the corridors. I'd like to see people be able to walk to work. I think we get benefits such as reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. There's a lot of benefits I see to how staff chose these sites. So I want to see as much affordable housing out of this, but location is a big deal. And as you point out, this is sites. We're talking about site selection, not project character. And I just would like to see parcels D and F and Gray's Crossing provide a lot of affordable housing.
Who wants to jump in on comments?
I'm just really grateful for that exchange because I was kind of looking at it in that way that we really are benefiting from this. We get to focus our energy on the sites that make the most sense for our listed desires, and we get to make sure that the CEQA process is done to our satisfaction, and we get to potentially collaborate with those in our community that are interested in being a part of this discussion. So it just seems to be just a win for everybody on this. And we are not going to get all 8. I'm clear on that, and how many times I've paid for CEQA processes. It's an expensive endeavor, especially if you're going to do it right. So
let's do what we can. I don't think I actually said anything.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm going to echo Andy real quick, in that if we can sort of say we would just like to follow the regulations here and not have creative or arcane alternative equivalents. It was an excellent phrase. I also want to really quickly say that I'm super stoked that there's so many people who have made it through this whole thing. Thank you so much. And I love that we have people who are participating so deeply in the process and that I've seen so many times at meetings, and I appreciate that deeply. So that's all.
Well, I'll jump in with a comment. Just in agreement with just about everything. I think Jeff makes a good point that we're not talking about a huge pot of money here, and so let's not expect to get some incredible windfall of kind of designations, but rather just see this as one more tool in creating those partnerships to get us closer to at least the zoning that we can then evaluate projects on. On the alternative equivalence question, I would actually push back on that and say that, to me, I mean, Coburn Crossing is an alternative equivalent. Yeah. And I'm open to that. Now, let's not do that on every single site, because that means we don't have any low income, but I don't want to just sort of, I don't want this group's consensus to be no alternative equivalents on these sites. That makes sense.
It can just be my opinion. That's fine.
Sure.
And I certainly wasn't advocating that. I was just saying that would be a way that you can make sure that you get what the ordinance says, if that's something that you want to do.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
I think we got great direction. Thank
Seeing
you.
none.
35.
Yeah. So I guess Mayor Tierman, come on back if you're listening. I assume you still are. Is this essentially our wrap up, or do we have any kind of conclusion?
Sadly, no.
Can I make?
Well, then let's
Two more
just have a quick kind of closing comments. Yeah, Susie.
Thank you so much. Okay, just going through the big housing element past performance packet, I just wanted to make two quick comments. H 4.1.2, promote sustainability, green building, blah, blah, blah. After going to our green building conference, I just wanted to say his take-home message was the best way to promote greenhouse gas emissions savings is by promoting electrification. So if there's any way that we can put that in there, that we would like to promote the use of electrical appliances over direct fueled appliances, it would be great. From the expert, it was a highly recommended motion. Then one more thing, the second one right after that has to do with the bike paths. And again, I'm just going to toot this again because I'm going to be hitting on it all the time, but I'm still looking for protected bike paths in town to help increase bike use in high traffic areas. We have traffic problems and we need to get into alternative methods. I'm riding my e-bike with my daughter on there and I'm hitting potholes and trying not to swerve into the traffic, and it's scary. And so I just want you to know that I want protected bike paths, and that's it. Thank you.
All right. Just from my end, I'll say thanks everyone who's here. Thanks staff for putting this together. I'm excited at the high level of conversation, and that's it.
Agreed. Excellent, productive discussion tonight. So with that, we have a budget workshop on...
Can I make...
Oh, yeah.
I'm a lawyer.
Yeah.
Retired.
Sustained.
Retired, okay. There's two...
He said retired.
Oh, he says well, yeah. I have more time.
Go.
How late are you staying up tomorrow? No. There's two things where I'd like to see clarification in the home element that we didn't housing element that we didn't discuss. One is what the policy is on protecting mobile homeowners and RV owners who use those that housing as their permanent housing. The general plan's unclear on that, whether we're actually trying to preserve mobile home ownership, occupation by the owners as permanent housing or not. And then on parking, this is a tougher one, I think. The tension between providing parking versus trying to reduce vehicles. That's just something I find a constant tension. It's a tough problem.
Yep.
You solve it, great. It would give us good, clear direction someday.
Yeah.
That's it, thanks.
Okay.
2 p.m.
2 p.m.
Thursday.
Thursday.
Back again for another
And
time slot that coincides precisely with the Warrior playoff.
budget meeting. All right. Thank you, everyone, from the public as well. Appreciate all the feedback and participation. So, and on the television as well. So, with that, we'll adjourn.
I love this day. Wait, don't you have?
You do.
No, we're done.
We're done. We're all done.
Yeah,
We're all done.
said I gotta go too.
Yes.
We're all done. You think you were just extending our stay here? Yeah. You're like, oh,